Лиги, так сказать. И вот я теперь решаю, кто будет, так сказать, в тепле, в уюте жить. Я как Кремль. Решала. Хуяла, блядь. Вот единственное, по-моему, в геймпассе игры вроде есть, но DLC-шки хуй сосать. Но мне, в принципе, не критично. Я и без DLC поиграю, мне похуй. Так. Что у нас по заданиям? Ну, задания, да, остались только перераспределение электроэнергии. Пойдем. Я тут и оружием разжился, блядь, и, бля, пиздец. Бля, ну игра прям супер несет, прям Нью-Вегасом. Я как будто вернулся в те времена, когда Нью-Вегас был актуален. Он и сейчас-то игра хорошая, но старовато. Это я все еще на первой планете. Я в первый раз, кстати, здесь прохожу.
Hey, Miss Parvati, come for a visit?
Not today. Just helping this fella.
Ты кто нахуй?
Don't go ambling out in those hills. That's marauder territory, friend.
Ты забросил, а чё так?
Your pod? What are you on about? You take a bruise to the cranium? Ain't safe out here. You'd best head into town. Avail yourself of Edgewater's high walls. And low prices.
Я Глеб Иванович.
Pleased to make your acquaintance.
Еще и легендарный
I shook
пиздабол.
your hand, but I've been hauling corpses. You don't want none of that on you. Name's Silas. Junior in humor for the town of Edgewater. We're all part of the Spacer's Choice family. Got a knack for being discreet-like? There's money to be made, long as you keep your nose clean. Edgewater is a company town, board-owned and operated.
Еще доп. Задание
That includes the
нашел.
cemetery. None of us own our grave sites. We rent them from the company. Renting means money. Money means paperwork. Paperwork means signatures. Some of our families become a mite delinquent in paying their dues, you see? Quotas, mostly. Got a backlog of graves to fill. Bodies won't bury themselves, you know?
Бля, тяжелая работа могильщика.
4 workers still haven't paid up. Phyllis, Conrad, Ludwig, and Martin Abernathy. He's a special case. You may want to twist his arm a little. He just is. Look, I don't want to get into it. Just make sure
Обязательно, чтобы он живым остался после этого?
Conrad's got a barbershop in town. Phyllis works at the cannery most hours. Abernathy, I ain't seen him in a few days. His domicile is near the cannery. You'll find him in town. All except Ludwig, that is. He's over by the landing pad.
Пойдем доебемся. Сейчас я еще что-нибудь спрошу.
You could look at it that way, I suppose. You could look at us and say, those Edgewater saps lost near every soul to plague. But you'd be wrong. We're survivors. Loyal company folk, brave in the wilds.
Найди то все. Ладно, пройдем.
Every now and again, a virulent
Вряд ли я
plague
сюда еще вернусь
comes
когда-то.
down. That's life on the frontier, I suppose. A body grows accustomed. Hang on.
Я просто думал, я все уже сделал.
20, 30, carry the one. All my life, work's been real good to me. Fresh air, exercise. Only problem is the paperwork. Can't get anybody to pay their gravesite fees. Former people, yeah. Marauders been raiding my graves, you see. Hence the armed guards. Oh no. They are after the most precious loot of all. Spacer's Choice Company property. If those marauders swipe any more bodies out of my cemetery, company's gonna duck my pay.
Ай-яй-яй. Ну ладно. Так, это в город пиздовать, да? Пошли дань собирать с крестьян. Начнем с спорта. Ну, блин. Темно ему, блядь, землю копать. Чё ты приебался? А, это же наш, так сказать, великий повстанец, блядь.
War ain't over. Not so long as a single mechanical remains unscrapped. I told Silas I'd pay my dues if he agreed to join the resistance. Guess this means he's finally heard the calling. Mechanical repellent. A stroke of inspiration from the law itself. Here, I've been saving
За ноги, так сказать. Чё, я бегаю бесплатно, что ли? Все, свободен. Бля, надо был коллиматор тогда оставить, если бы я знал, что снайперку найду. Ну ладно, хуй на нее. Здесь я, кстати, не был. Блять, одной это не хватает. На взлом, ну ёптать. Ай, хуй на него, блядь.
Nice.
Бля, 100 килограмм лута, надо опять от чего-то избавляться. Может, мне денег хоть дадут. Так, кто мне даст денег? Дай денег. Ну дай денег.
Somebody's been spinning a tale about a lost colony ship. Talk like that'll get you reported real quick. Shit. Silas still on about that. Here, take the fees. I'd appreciate it if you didn't tell Reed I was late on my payment. Because they're not my fees and not my gravesite. Guy I worked with shot himself. I paid the bill. If you're not familiar with board law, you ought to be. Law requires delinquent gravesite fees to be paid by the deceased party's closest living relative.
Лучше ни с кем не дружить в вашей компании, я понял.
Eugene was a good worker. Woke up one morning and put a round through his upper story. Can't imagine why. The kid was doing all right at his desk. We all thought he was an upstanding receptionist. Just between the two of us, I'm pretty shocked his weapon didn't misfire. Spacer's Choice handguns aren't the most reliable. Not half as awful as the bill Eugene left us with. Suicide's a crime. The legal term is irreparable damage to company property. What Eugene did to himself was vandalism. When one of your workers commits a crime, the entire town pays for it. In other words, Ed has been penalized pretty hard. Whatever Eugene was worth as an asset, we would have had to pay out of pocket to Spacer's Choice.
Нихуя себе, блядь.
Well, excuse you. I'll have you know, Eugene was an asset to us all. May his atoms be commended to the law. All I know is Silas asked me for Eugene's gravesite fees, which means he was approved for burial, which means his papers went through, which means the town's in the clear. I'm just glad to put this whole ugly affair behind me. Eugene can rest his bones in peace, and the rest of us can get on with our own lives.
Так. Ты теперь электриком будешь? Бля, соглашайся. Сейчас научишься, а потом в какой-нибудь сервис уйдешь работать, нахуй. Соглашайся, блядь. Если тебе на халяву, бля, какие-нибудь бумаги сделают, еще что ты электрик. На машине электриком-то не геморройн тут, блядь. Напряжение слабое, не убьет. Не должно.
Yes, Mr. Thompson. I'm fine, Mr. Thompson. Never been healthier. Whoa, did Mr. Thompson send you? Well, you tell Mr. Thompson I'll be right at my post. Tomorrow. Bright and early tomorrow. Because I'm definitely not plagued. As spry as a spring chicken. That's old Abernathy. You some sort of wandering alienist? Walking into a man's own domicile, pestering him about his mental state?
Ну ничего, быстро тебя током ёбнет. Не переживай.
You don't know that. I could have been saying anything. Maybe I said vague. You know how words sound a mite strange when you're sick. Wait, no. Oh, damn it. Okay, listen. Maybe I am feeling a little under the weather, but I swear I'm on the mend. Please, don't tell the constable. She'll toss me in the sick house. I would have confessed before the good vicar. Get some ablutions for my spirit. Just never found my courage is all.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, you're hale and healthy and possibly for hire, ain't ya? Do a good turn for an expiring old man? There's a cache of anthracillin tucked away in the old community center. Powerful stuff.
Бля, я нашел эту заначку и только отдал не тому. Бля, я сдал его как контрабанду. Бля, очень приятно. Ну так, немножко. Я тебе из члена в рот сейчас плюну.
Silas knows, doesn't he? That's why he sent you. That's why he wants me to pay up. He knows. Here.
Ну, электрика, она, в принципе, не напряжная. Тем, на самом деле, если разобраться так.
Plenty of room to spin around inside.
Всего доброго. Даже спиздить нечего. Так, подожди. Что там еще-то, блядь? Так, погоди, а где парикмахерская-то, блядь? Напарник, ну пиздец, я говорю, залутался на этой электростанции, блядь, топ броней какой-то неебовый. А, погоди, какого... Блядь. Переключилось задание с какого-то хуя.
Conrad sells real good disinfectant.
Please don't touch anything. Your hands are probably crawling with germs. Physical hygiene recapitulates moral hygiene. Cleanliness is next to lawfulness. No, thank you. That's quite all right. I've seen enough body parts in my line of work. I'm Conrad, You will report to me if your hair fails to meet Spacer's Choice aesthetic standards.
Я в
You
шлеме
will also
хожу.
report to me in the event of your death, whereupon I will clean and prepare your remains for interment. Burial. In the unfortunate event of a fatality,
Парикмахер готовит к
What Robert
погребению?
we make you presentable.
Неплохо.
Ah, gravesite fees. Silas and I had talked about this at length. I thought I'd made it clear my pecuniary situation precludes the necessary restitutions. As broke as pie crust, friend. Bidless, indigent, destitute.
А если найду?
I simply cannot afford it. I am a blemish on the prosperity of our fair settlement. When I expire, I expect Silas to toss my body into a ditch. Thank you, no. I despise the cereals. Tell Silas I can't afford to pay. And that I fully expect to have my medical rights revoked for this dereliction. With my apologies. Some time ago, I fell ill with the plague. By the grace of the law, and through my own hard work, I'd proven worthy of treatment. Frankly, I don't imagine I'll earn that right a second time. The barber work hasn't been profitable, you see. I've had to keep this old place running with my own savings.
Слышь, а помнишь, какие норм-пухи тут?
Not a bad idea. But I'd need some kind of collateral. My pair of lucky clippers. No, that won't do. Your idea intrigues me, but I'm afraid I don't have anything to give Silas. I'm open to suggestions. Much obliged.
Шо?
Yeah, huh? You mean why I'm not allowed in the store anymore? There was a kind of a thing with a vending machine when I was 12. Sure, but folks got long memories around here. I've always been good with my hands, right? So I saw a lock on the machine and thought, oh, this must be how they refill it. But I had to know. So I did my thing, and next thing I know, there's a couple hundred bottles of 0G rolling out the front door and into the road.
Здорово, отец.
Здорово, Слава. Чё, как у тебя делище?
It's not funny. Right about then, a bunch of loaders came rolling in the gate, fresh off the Saltuna ships. And Mr. Thompson was up on the porch making a speech about how everyone would have to volunteer.
Долго рассказывать. Жизнь
Anyhow,
говно.
have you ever seen an auto loader run over a bottle of 0G? Exploded all over Mr. Thompson.
Чё,
One bottle after another as the loaders went by.
расскажи
I
нам,
was just
как
shy
твой
of
день
working age,
прошел.
so Dad had to pay all the damages. Rose still angry at me. I can laugh about it now, but I just about puked up my guts in terror in the moment. That's the one time I ever made Mr. Thompson look a fool.
Так, а чё мне, блядь, с этим мудаком-то делать, ёбаным? Сайлсу пойти сказать про всю эту хуйню. Чё ты там в андеграунде первым сейчас делаешь? На какой тачке проходишь?
Lovely to see you about, Miss Parvati.
Things going all right, Silas?
Been keeping him careful and true, miss. Best to ask her yourself.
My dad's buried here. Silas watches over him when I can't leave the
К
house.
финалу пятого прохождения. Жестко.
Oh. Well, thanks.
Something I can do for you? You run into any trouble? Conrad's barbershop is a yawning pit that swallows his every bit. I keep telling him he should cut a few corners. Skimp out on the disinfectant. You gotta put the squeeze on Conrad. find some dirt on him. Maybe check his back room. That's the word, extortion. Been on the tip of my tongue all day.
Мятуем X5. Неплохо. А сейчас на 5-м чё? Так, вымогательство. Это я умею. Это я могу. RX7. Неплохо, слушай. А на какой самое геморройное, по идее, прохождение? Барбершоп. Так. Угу. Вот и компроматик подъехал. Кто ж такие записки просто так раскидывает, дружок? Плати, блядь.
What can I do for you? Oh? Am I in the company of a fellow doctor? You may think that, but the tidiness of my fellow worker is my
Бля, надо было
responsibility.
про зубы сказать. Мне кажется, это более простой вариант.
Whether you're showing up to work or going to that great cannery in the sky, it's my job to make you look like a million bits. Go ahead. The plague's come at us with a vengeance this year. Lost 6 workers in as many months. I wouldn't call them good.
Мороженое
mind
есть.
you.
Мороженое
If
с
they
пивом
were,
прям хорошее
they'd have been
сочетание. Бля,
It is a shame.
не, у меня кроме пива вообще теперь дома ничего нету. Пельмень только, но я их уже поел.
Fever, chills, fatigue, aching, vomiting, an excess of phlegm, a tendency towards belly aching. Company policy, friend. We don't have enough medicine to treat all of us, so we treat the best among us. Mr. Thompson's brainchild. Have you met him yet? Thoughtful-looking fellow, stares out of his office most hours. Edgewater has been good to me. I consider myself privileged to work here. I've been
Куришь
never
звякнул.
wanting for
Чё
work,
рассказал?
not since the plague started. As the good vicar says, work fortifies the spirit of a man. If you want to feel exhausted,
Слышь,
try not
Молокатор,
having
так чё
any
по
work.
оружию? Ты помнишь что-нибудь про игру?
What can I do for you?
Ну, матушка твоя, будем надеяться, как-то определиться, чтобы тебе уж тоже планировать.
You know about Eugene? How? Then, you know Phyllis suggested selling off Eugene's gold teeth. I didn't approve of the idea then, and I don't approve of it now. Eugene's golden teeth were a family heirloom, representing 3 generations of poor dental hygiene. He took them to his grave. More than a few. Those teeth were his personal savings.
Оружие какое топовое можешь порекомендовать?
And pry a few teeth loose from his jaw just to pay my bills? Can I?
Are you asking rhetorically? Because if you're being serious... Ugh, gross.
Desperate measures, Miss Holcomb. Desperate measures. I'm going to have to ask Silas to dig up those teeth. It's the only way I'm paying
4
my
разных на
graveside fees.
случай. Ну, я вот пока вот револьвер какой-то взял.
I'm sure that I have no other choice.
Какая-то плазменная и
Graveside papers affixed with
винтовки.
my signature
2.
and an IOU. Eugene was not a suicide. He put a bullet in his brain, yes, but that's largely a technicality. I was the one who prepared Eugene's body for interment. I discovered symptoms of the plague on his corpse, and I discovered medicine in his pocket. Lots of medicine. Eugene overdosed on adrenatime, which is known to cause psychosis and paranoia as possible side effects. The paranoia
Тяжелое
drove him to
оружие.
take his own
Бля,
life.
есть тяжелая снайперка какая-нибудь вундервафля?
We can all thank our lucky stars that young Eugene was hopped up on medication and suffered its predictable side effect. I included it all in my official report. I'd like to think I saved Edgewater a great deal of money. We never could have paid the fines associated with the
Ну ладно,
suicide.
будем, значит, разбираться. Блин, здесь хотя бы хорошо, что все близко в городе. Не приходится бегать, блядь. Через всю локацию. Хотя они здесь не особо большие. Бля, вот так бегать с револьвером мне почему-то Борду третью напоминает, блядь.
Grave digging's a fine profession. Always work to be had, and nary a word of complaint out of your clients. Yeah? What about him?
30 мая 21 нормально.
Yeah. Funny thing, Eugene's body ain't where it's supposed to be.
Блять,
When I
сука,
first
сглазил
committed
походу.
body to the earth, I had his grave all dug up and ready, right? And so I thought, I'll just rest my eyes a bit. When I
Сука,
woke up,
блять.
his body was gone, spirited away, vanished. The footprints nearby suggested that Eugene was stolen by marauders. Or he rose from the dead. Let me know if you find anything. Yeah? The colony ship? Are you talking about that old rumor? Some great big starship packed full of colonists what got lost in the aether never to be found again? Ain't heard that one since I was but a stripling. Can't say it was terribly convincing far as rumors go. There a reason you asking? Hope's just a rumor, friend. Ancient rumor at that. Maybe you've been out in the sun too long. Why don't you head over to the cantina? Get yourself some zero-G brew. It's a brew that's good for what ails you. Look, I don't know what's got you caterwauling about Hope this and Colony that, but you need to stop, or there's gonna be trouble. Trouble's in the asking. Or don't much care for folk running their mouths, spreading hoaxes and the like. Frankly, neither do I. Something I can do for you? You run into any trouble? Reliable work from a freelancer. That's gonna take some getting used to. And I'll buy you a drink sometime.
Ты охуел.
Suppose you've earned it.
Плати, блядь.
One good turn deserves another.
Пиво я себе уже купил.
Abernathy was sick? With the plague? That's disgusting. I shook hands with the guy. What? No. If I knew he was sick, I would have had him reported. I needed his fees because of his name. A, for Abernathy. He was at the top of my list, you see? Yeah?
Так, ну все, пойдем свет вырубать нахуй. Единственное, я, по-моему, вот здесь не проходил по этой стороне. Ну да и хуй с ним. Враги здесь не рисуются особо, да? Так, торговый автомат. Что мы можем, блять, продать, нахуй? Да нахуй это все говно. Блять, можно же разбирать еще, сука. Но это мне станок нужен. Блин, ну да. Бля, порвать где-то еще было имя, я правда сейчас уже не вспомню где. Где-то было, блядь, знакомое. Так, хлам продаем нахуй. Так, бля, броню надо будет улучшать потом. Пока оставим. Единственное, вот для ближнего боя, ну, типа, я ближним боем вряд ли буду пользоваться. Бля, да, в Гарри Поттере было точно. Порвать потил. Да. Ебать, я за это... Думаю, что-то, блядь, знакомое, а чё я не могу вспомнить. Видел я всякие арты интересные.
Look, I know you want your power regulator and all, but I just gotta ask you. Do you understand what you're about to do? I don't think you should cut off Edgewater's power. I think it would be cruel. I'm sorry. That just sort of came out all at once. Edgewater's hurting. We've been losing workers year after year, and corporate hardly ever sends replacements. There's barely enough Saltuna to fill our bellies anymore. But the town's got some good people in it. Decent, hard-working folk just living their lives the only way they know how. They don't deserve to be punished. Sorry, I didn't mean to babble on like that. I felt like I had to say something. Really? I mean, wow. Thanks. No one's ever told me those words.
Нужен мод, где сделать ее натуралкой можно. Так, ладно. Я что думаю? Она би. Она не в нашем лагере, так сказать. Сосиску в нее не положишь. Короче, ладно, давай попробуем на город, а потом, если что, с бродягами, так сказать, бомжами с ботанической лаборатории попробуем договориться. Если они нас не пристрелят нахуй.
I think you did the rightest thing you could sending the power back to Edgewater. A lot of people would have suffered otherwise. People I care for, even if they don't care much for me.
Я думаю, нас не очень любят теперь в лагере бомжей. Не знаю, я сейчас энергоз допью и перейду к пивасу, так сказать. Так, куда меня зовут? А, в общину как раз, в лабораторию пошли. Блять, я где-то тут что-то видел, подожди. Заброшенное поселение, просто космоса, я там не был. Пойдем сходим. Оно практически по пути. Не, нихуя, оно вот там, блять. Мне снайперку надо просто испытать. Ну, полутаться тут, я думаю, можно. Блять, ах ты мразь. Ну такое. Бля, да какого хуя? Все? 3 бомжа тут было и собака? Ну ладно. Ну, снайперка такое, это поэффективнее. Урон только прокачать бы ей. Сейчас еще телепередачу по домам организуем. Ручной пулемет. Так, а какие-то дома-то есть? Что можно полутать? Домов я что-то не вижу. А, вон какой-то домишек. Да ты творческая личность, вдохновение нужно. Неплохо, неплохо. Что-то не густо в этом заброшенном поселении. Наверное, поэтому оно и заброшено. Логично. Мех. Чё назад, где? Слева, как заходишь? А, вижу прыжки, да. Ща. Да, попробуем. Да, блять. Бля, подтягиваться не умеет персонаж, это просто пиздец, меня жопа с этого горит. Да, блять! С другой стороны, по другим домам. Да, блять. Миш пробил, лагает. Да ты, сука, блять. Отпрыгнул как Артем. Ну тут двойной прыжок, он типа назад прыжок делает. А, блядь. Сука, жалко, обсидиан так и не научились в своих играх делать, блядь, подтягивание персонажа, блядь. Ну это ж просто пиздец рофл. Слушай, ну там же, по-моему, нихуя нет. Ай, блядь. Ногу сломал. Или что-то есть? Просто я что-то не видел ничего в прицел. Может, ты перепутал с другим каким-то поселением? Нет, сука, я, блядь, застрял. Музыкальную шкатулку какую-то нашел. Перепутал, скорее всего, там просто... Ну, они все тут однотипные, похожие. Это бывает. Аделаида, я думаю, не очень рада моему решению. Малк Сусанин, да. Так, это я был. Да, бля, просто портанусь туда. Че, бля, бегать буду нахуй.
That's the thing about growing old. Your eyes start to fail. Elsewise, I would have seen you for the snake that you are, chop you into pieces and
Блин,
roast
ну,
you
бабуль, не
on
надо.
spit. This is all you're doing. Cutting off my power, killing off my garden. Without refrigeration, my food
Так
will
вернитесь в
spoil.
город.
My flock will starve. I want to ask you this in private, away from the eyes of my flock, so they do not see me lose my temper. Tell me, why did you do it? You want my flock wasting their lives in that cannery? Fine. Go and talk to them. Go talk to Grace and Thomas. Look them in the eye and tell them their life here is over, and the only thing left to do is go back to Edgewater. This is now your responsibility. You tell Reed Thompson that I will never return to Edgewater. I would rather die among my flowers than live under his management. As long as Reed is still in Edgewater, I will not return. Those are my terms. You offering to cross Reed off, huh? This some sort of twisted reparation for what you've done? Or you just looking for a chance?
Блять, она подозревает что-то, чуваки.
Kill Reed if you must, or talk him into leaving if you can. He and I are not sharing the same four walls together. Tell Reed that I can make his people healthy again. I can end their plague. Start a new garden right in the cannery. 3 square meals for every man and woman in Edgewater. Tell him how I've made the Vale bloom again. The soil has whispered its secrets to me, and I alone know how to breathe life back into the earth. The secret is human corpses. I've been grinding them up in my fertilizer for years. Marauder, worker, don't matter much to me. The human body is rich with nutrients.
С головой нормально все, бабуль?
Edgewater cemetery's got corpses aplenty. Enough for a generation's worth of crops. Look at that. The snake's come back.
Бля, еще поговорить хотел. Ладно, регулятор я попозже заберу тогда.
Everybody keeps staring at me. It's not my fault the power's dead. I've been thinking about going back. I'm not much use to anybody here. I get sick thinking about working at the cannery. I can't do that again. You know something? I think you're right. The town could use another engineer, and I'm on my way to becoming one. I could do a lot of good in Edgewater. Maybe even keep a garage of my own with a little workbench and my very own toolbox. It's just... Adelaide's never gonna forgive me. Not in 100 years. I go crawling back to my old life in Edgewater and I'm as good as dead to her. Adelaide hates Edgewater, hates everything Edgewater stands for, hates what that town does to people, what it did to her. We're the nearest she's got to kin. We go back to Edgewater, we may as well have stuck a knife in her heart. You know where to find me.
Так, это что скажет?
I don't know what you did to talk some sense into Zoe, but I appreciate it. The matter's been weighing on me. Zoe came back, but I couldn't keep her from slipping out in the first place. Who's to say I could keep marauders from slipping in? I don't see us lasting more than a couple of weeks out here. I'm loath to admit it. We're gonna have to make our peace with Thompson and hope he takes us back. Listen, we go back to Reed, hat in hand, begging for our old jobs back. Well, Adelaide's not gonna forgive us. She never talked to us again. Edgewater's not just a town to Adelaide. It's a symbol of everything that's wrong with this colony. A big, heartless machine of metal and gears grinding workers down to dust. We're the closest thing Adelaide's got to a family. We go back to Edgewater, she's gonna feel betrayed.
Понятненько. Ну, я так понимаю, надо Рида идти уговаривать.
Look at that. The snake's come back.
Так, ладно, пойдем выгонять Рида тогда. Я надеюсь, он не будет упорствовать, где я, бля, появился, что за хуйня. А, я не туда тыкнул. Кекве. Пивка под это дело. Без, на сухую, так сказать, я думаю, диалог не пойдет. Сейчас приду. Давай, Слава, не стесняйся. Не с чем. Блин, какие нежные некоторые люди. Пиву ничего и не надо, оно самодостаточно. Это не самбука, блядь. Теперь диалог пойдет, бля, будет охуенно. Так, где этот Рид, блядь? Ща нахуй мы ему объясним, что ему тут делать больше нехуя. Где эта сволочь, блядь? Блядь. Рид, текай с городу. Все будет по-хорошему.
This is a fine day, friend. Power flows through our town like a cool stream of water. I trust Adelaide's people have seen their way to reason. So, when can I expect them back at their posts? Then we are at an impasse. Stewardship over this town has been entrusted to me by Spacer's choice. I am not perfect. I have made my share of mistakes. But I have done my best for this town. I am not without compassion for Abernathy's predicament, but the plague has taken a hard toll on us all. I am a Spacer's Choice man. My father was a Spacer's Choice man. Edgewater may not look like much to some buttoned-up freelancer, but it is my home. I don't believe you. Plague's a reality of life. Best treatment is a good work ethic. The very notion is just grotesque. A raw vegetable? Why don't you just ask me to go chew the bark off of a tree? We are a Spacer's Choice Saltuna cannery. We eat Saltuna here, and only Saltuna. I don't understand. You say Adelaide's growing her own food, but that should not be possible. The soil's gone sour. Company said as much. Our own botanists couldn't grow decent crops for us, so the company got rid of them and shut down the greenhouse.
Хуёвые у вас ботаники были.
You'll excuse me for being skeptical. How exactly is Adelaide growing crops in barren soil?
Проверим, насколько я пиздобол.
If Adelaide's found a way to
Великий
feed her people
пиздобол.
and cure the plague, then she deserves this office more than I do. I won't stand in her way. My life here is ended. Give me a little time to settle my affairs. I'm sure Adelaide will be glad to see the back of me. A couple months ago, I might have put in for a transfer. It's a big colony. Spacer's Choice has other towns. Now, I couldn't show my face in any of them. No such thing as an honorable resignation. Suppose I could find a place outside the walls, or put in
Жаль, я не
for early retirement.
вранье.
I have always tried to do right by my town. It has never been easy. I do. Adelaide's found a cure for the plague, and she knows how to tend to crops. She's what this town needs.
Ну, всего хорошего, как говорится. Бля, мне бы вот эту дверку открыть, но ключ Рида нужен. Я надеюсь, бабка мне его потом отдаст.
I already told you I'm leaving.
Ну ладно, давай это самое. Не грусти.
Something you need?
А если ее раздеть, в чем она будет? Значит. А почему, подожди, на ней шлем, по-моему, не было до этого же? Ясно, хуйня. 0 из 10. Бля, пробежаться вот по этой дороге направо я там, по-моему, не был. В принципе, это вообще лок небольшая. Бля, вот сюда надо вернуться на место крушения. Мне там пизды дали, блядь. Монстры. Я надеюсь, я достаточно теперь прокачан, чтобы сам пизды выписать. О, блядь, пацаны, здорово, нахуй. Damn, I'm good, блядь. Мародер задира, я читаю мародер задницу, думаю, что за хуйня. Не дверцы, это да. Да, бля. Ну, то Skyrim, как бы, величайшее произведение Тодда Говарда. Так, подожди, а где вход-то, блядь? А как сюда? Так, я вижу сундук, но как... Игра, ты шо, охуела? Я ручной пулемет еще не опробовал, но мне кажется, он хуйня. Ну, не густо, скажем так. Так, что за хуйня? Политические обсуждения. Так. Коллекционер какой-то. Так, ну в пещере у реки я был и... А, это как раз я ту книгу нашел, которую Падре отдал, блядь. То бишь я заранее выполнил, так сказать, задание. Закалькулейтил. Так, блад. Больше здесь особо делать нехуя. Только вот на место крушения еще сгонять, там пизды им дать, блядь. Взял таки пивка. Для рывка. Так, дайте я с верстаком разберусь. Так, что мы будем делать? Материалы нужны, поэтому... Бля, обрез нахуй на самом деле. Гранатомет у меня есть один. Есть шоковое оружие. Есть ручной пулемет. 2 ручных пулемета. Два молота есть, ёбаных. Так, винтовка. И у меня еще один пулемет есть. Такой у меня тоже есть, по-моему. Мороженое взял. Тоже неплохо. Блять, ремонт, улучшения дальше дорогие на всякие орудия. А. Угу. Блять, дорого. Так, а броня что? Блять, броню надо починить вообще нахуй. Так, броню, это интересно, есть смысл улучшать? Так, и это надето на порвать, это на мне, правильно понимаю? Блин, просто плазмы... Да ну нахуй плазму вашу, блядь. Так, чё по броне? Ну, хуже, я думаю, не будет. Так, это что у нас? Защита, повышение сопротивления нательной брони, шлем к физурону. Это заебись, давай. Набор дипломата. А это что? Громкость шума во время передвижения. Мне их 2 поставим. В принципе, похуй. Все улучшения как в хуярю, блядь. А на шлемы не надо. Ага. Да пока нахуй тогда. Так. 76 килограмм вес. Нормально. Чё, бабуль?
Look at that. I never thought I'd see the day that Reed Thompson abandoned his post. Suppose we all have a breaking point. Suppose it's time our flock made our way back to Edgewater. We must tend to what remains of the town and carry on with our lives as best we may. You're vexing to me, you know? Injuring us with one hand, helping us with the other. Here. I'm giving you something to leave us be. It's a ransom. You understand, not a reward. You telling me you did all this just to put me in charge of Edgewater? Stranger, you are some kind of twisted.
Коллеги что-то на меня не обрадовалась, но в рот ее ебать.
Got ourselves a whole cemetery bursting with bodies. I need some time to gather my personals. Long walk back to Edgewater. Got a considerable burden to carry.
Так, что работяги скажут?
One of us want to go see what happened?
Sorry. I'm just trying to figure out what to do is all. Adelaide said that? Was she
Может,
sober
пьяная
at the
была?
time?
Не, пьяная это я.
Never imagined she'd step foot in Edgewater long as Reed ran the town. Something must have changed in Edgewater. Adelaide's good as family. If she's going back, so are we.
Never liked Reed much. Can't say I'm sorry he's gone.
Так. Пускай будет так пока. Так, когда второй ранг-то откроется, блять? Опыт за убийство напарниками. Можно. Перезарядка замедления, скорость ходьбы. Скорость бега, может, тогда? Или криты у напарников? Бля, сопротивление брони.
Home is where the heart is. Marauders took that saying a little too literally.
I need some time to gather my personals.
Так, ну я хочу посмотреть, как там город. Бля, мне ключ Рида нужен. Там какое-то помещение было, блядь, в которое я не мог зайти.
I've been feeling pretty low these days.
Или меня туда теперь вообще не пустят нахер.
That was a good thing you did, Captain. Helping to bring the deserters and Edgewater folks back together. I hope you rest well on that.
Да, горжусь. Че за мороженка-то, Слава?
Капитан! Этого в Химках видал. Деревянными членами торгует.
Блять, ты какой хер здесь
I
еще?
already told you I'm leaving.
Блять, а что? А как? Скорее всего, своего трупа, но и охрану убивать мне неохота. Ну, походу, не судьба мне туда заглянуть. Да и хуй на нее. Падре-то на корабль уже переместился, интересно. Та-ра-та-та-ра-ра. Клубничная, бля, кайф. Тоже хочу мороженку клубничную. Так, а где у них храм вот здесь? Так, Падре уже уехал. Ничего нам тут не оставил. Уже на корабле, значит, ждет. Погнали. Только я сначала еще схожу, вот, блядь, к месту крушения. Хотя я вроде там пробежался мимо этих зверей, плутал, что мог. Но все равно сходим. А то они мне пизды тогда дали. Мне не понравилось. А теперь здесь и нет никого. Что за магия? Ёб твою мать, блядь. Что он пугал меня нахуй? Охуел, что ли, блядь? Я же вздрогнул, блядь. Блядь! И нахуй нет никого. Охуенно, блядь. Да, игра охуенно, да, блядь. Ну и пошли на корабль. Бля, неплохой нам кораблик достался от Хоторна. Или Хортона. Какая нахуй разница, как его звали? Эмбиент есть какой-то? Но у меня что-то играет музычка какая-то на фоне-то.
Is this your ship? Oh my stars, she is just so handsome. Does she have a name yet? What's her drive model? Oh, gosh. Listen to me babbling. When I was in Edgewater, I dreamed of flying on a real ship, working on a real engine, belonging to a proper crew. I'm the only decent mechanic Edgewater's got.
Громкость, видать, такая.
Every time I think of going back, I get this sinking feeling. Well, it's kind of you to say that. And you're right.
Ну, он такой прям на грани слышимости.
I want to ask you something, and you can say no. But can I come with you? I could tend to your engine. I know my G-valves for my catalyzers, and I can keep your ship singing. And if you ever need a pair of eyes watching your back, I can do that too.
Да возьмем, тем более ее матушка где-то там, наверное, встретится еще, нет?
Yes! I mean, thanks. You won't regret this, mister. Captain. I can call you Captain now.
За нашим двигателем.
I got a captain.
Было бы неплохо, но она только за всякими такими механизмами может ухаживать. Ну ничего, с нашим может священник поухаживать.
I could spend hours reflecting on the secret workings of the universe. Little else in this colony offers such a...
И после, так сказать, дела будет о чем с ним поговорить. Видите, какой начитанный мужчина.
Nothing too out of the ordinary. Just your run-of-the-mill vicar with a violently enthusiastic disposition.
Мне анимация лица, кстати, почему-то Dishonored напомнили. Или стилистика общая такая, вот именно лица персонажей.
That's what my parents called it. I grew up in a pit of a town much like Edgewater. I was destined to be a laborer like my parents, but I was infected early with a need to solve the equation. My passion didn't sit well with them. On the contrary, They internalized the precepts of scientism like no one I've ever known. They had a pure faith, a faith that brought joy to them regardless of the situation. I envied that. I wanted that peace. I thought if I became a vicar, I could find it. Or at the very least, find out why I lacked it. They thought I was fighting the plan, should have accepted my lot. Some people pursue the clergy for power, prestige, but that was not me.
Надо Dishonored, кстати, поиграть. Марафон по Dishonored'ам ебануть.
The plan is not one rigid path. There are a variety of multitudes contained within it. Our paths have variance, but we'll end
На
up
работу
adhering
уже.
to it, whether we like
Мне
it
в
or
ночь
not.
завтра.
Some choices
Выходные
lead to
быстро
paths
пролетают.
smoother, some rougher.
Вот у меня почти
You
неделя
can
отгулов
even go
была.
outside the lines, but the
Пролетела как
further outside you
мгновение.
go, it's like
Только
an
деньги куда-то
unbreakable
делись,
elastic
блядь.
band.
Непонятно.
It will only stretch so far before it snaps back. The further it is stretched, the more violent the eventual correction. Bakonu, the author, had some interesting theories about man's perception of reality that I thought could be applied
У
to
меня
our
с
attempts to
19-го
decipher the
отпуск.
plan. Unfortunately,
Балдеж?
he was also
Еще
one of
деньги
the founders of
будут,
the
вообще
philosophist
кайф.
school of thought, so the book is banned in this colony. Philosophism's a false religion that stands in contradiction to almost everything we know to be true. They believe all is chaos, in stark contrast to OSI's belief in the plan. But most of the philosophist perversion of Bakonu's thoughts came more than a century after his death. I've been thinking on that. There's a former infamous philosopher scholar who fled Terra 2 some years ago. He's an expert on Bakonu.
Товарищ твой, да?
The journal's presence in Emerald Vale. If anyone in this colony could translate that book, it would be him. You caught me. Listen, the OSI frowns on fraternization with philosophists. I'd like to keep my associations with our scholar friend quiet.
Какие планы на отпуск, Слава?
That's a good question. We should start on the Groundbreaker. It's where I'd go if I wanted to get off Terra 2. Great place to pick up a ride to Hephaestus, Scylla, even Monarch. All I need is access to a data cartridge from the security terminal. Their easily hackable system keeps a registry of all crew manifests for both arrivals and departures.
Звучит просто.
Before I transferred to Edgewater, I had a wealth of time to develop certain secular skills during my years serving in particular
Удачно.
penitentiary flock. I meditated, led sermons, provided guidance to the inmates as needed, of course. I also played prison yard tossball and taught myself a bit about computronic security systems. I'll comb the last 6 months of departure manifests to track the philosophist's off-world destination. Thank you, Captain.
Так, ладно.
Captain, I have detected that Edgewater's power supply is now optimal. I applaud your willingness to invest your time in the local community. What can I do for you, Captain? Do you know how to install a power regulator? Outstanding, Captain. Your aptitude for engineering will prove invaluable in the event of another catastrophic
Давай без
engine
поломок.
failure. Our engine room is located behind you, across the cargo bay, up the ladders.
Ща приду. Yeah, I've got собственный корабль. Блин, капец, она, конечно, мощная в этой броне. Викария еще надо с собой брать. Я надеюсь, можно несколько таскать с собой челиксов.
What can I do for you, Captain? All systems are operating within acceptable parameters. I am prepared to bring the unreliable into low-altitude orbit. This should prove an adequate test of our flight capabilities.
Что-то как-то так себе заводится драндулет-то наш. Ну и помойка, блядь.
Received a communication request from Dr. Phineas Wells.
Aha, there you are. Hale and hearty and captain of your own ship. I see you're putting
Капитан! Это вот бой в Химках видал. Деревянными членами торгуют.
Да, я именно такой капитан.
Experiencing any unnatural drippage? Perfectly normal side effect of thawing, I assure you. Oh, that, yes, that's probably permanent. I wouldn't worry about it, though. I'm sure you're fine. What you saw in Emerald Vale is happening all across the colony. Food shortages, lack of supplies, and basic necessities. We're dying. The chairman, the minister, and all their lackeys on the board are to blame. The Hope has some of the brightest minds Earth ever sent us. If we can revive the Hope's colonists, they can help us undo the board's mistakes. They can help us set things right. You need to get to Stellar Bay on Monarch. I have contacts there. They'll help me, help us, find the chemicals to revive your fellow colonists. Gladys Culkelly, lovely woman, runs a cozy little black marketing outfit on the Groundbreaker. She can get you a nav key to land on Stellar Bay.
Понял.
Strictly speaking, Monarch is a moon, terraformed badly, and almost completely lawless. You'll love it. Captains don't fly their own ships, you see. Your navigation terminal handles the, navigation. Think of a nav key as a set of flight instructions. The board's been confiscating nav keys for Stellar Bay, so we must rely on unconventional means of acquisition. Hence, Miss Gladys Culkelly.
Mm-hmm.
Without a skip drive, good luck. You'll be dead before you make it to the nearest star. Look, I admire your optimism, but the sad truth is you're stuck here. You, me, and the rest of this colony. We're all skating precariously around the edge of oblivion together. None of us are leaving Halcyon alive, so we may as well make it a better place, and we can start by reviving the Hope. Gladys and I have been doing business for years. Her smuggling credentials are unimpeachable. If anyone can get you a key to
Но
Monarch,
захочет ли она нам помогать?
in theory, I suppose you could land your ship in Cascadia, and in theory, I suppose you might survive the experience. Cascadia is utterly seething with dangerous, highly aggressive creatures, more than capable of tearing you limb from limb. You'd have to be a lunatic to land in Cascadia.
Блин, ну раз Рик так говорит, наверное, правда.
Your brain for incipient signs of insanity. Trust me, talk to Gladys Culkelly. Excellent. I'll send her a wireless. Let her know you're coming. By the way, I gave Captain Hawthorne a disguise apparatus of my own design, cutting-edge technology, years ahead of its time. I call it the Holographic Shroud. I'm sure it will prove remarkably useful to you. You'll find it in the captain's quarters. Marvelous device. I'm quite proud of myself. The shroud changes the user's appearance.
Мы можем маскироваться.
It has limits. First generation technology, you see, but promising. Exciting to see it in use at last. Very simply, the holographic shroud uses biometric information contained on standard
Извините,
cartridges to
свинья на
generate a
стримере.
holographic projection around you.
Простите.
only stands up to a casual scrutiny. Use it too long.
Короче, как в Хитмане, не давай долго на себя смотреть.
Movement makes it more likely. Best used in moderation. When you see guards in your path you can't sneak past, for example. Maintain your distance. Act normal. No running, no jumping. Don't draw their attention. If they pay attention, they're more likely to notice flaws in the hologram. A change of clothes. What is this? Some old spy serial? What in a
Алло! Ты, сука. Ты охуел.
The holographic shroud masks not only your clothes, but your face and fingerprints. It modulates your voice and sweetens your breath.
Хрюсиной виск поставить. Я боюсь, некоторые могут неправильно это понять в течение обстановки мировой в этом году. Но твоя идея мне нравится, мы в Кремле это одобряем. Погоди, что-то такое маргинал на донате, по-моему, есть, блядь.
Science, that's how.
Наука так понятнее, охуенная. Слушай, объяснение в стиле, блядь, последних Assassin's Creed от Ubisoft, блядь. Просто охуенно.
Excellent. I'll contact you once you've found a way to get to Stellar Bay. If you have any questions, come see me in my lab. And remember, don't trust the board. They'll try to win you over with promises of wealth and power, but it's a lie. The board's only interested in filling their own pockets. If we don't put a stop to them, they're going to run this colony to the ground.
Шатается, сука.
If you are ready to depart, please select a destination on your navigation terminal.
Ща, подожди, мне надо каюту свою найти.
Make yourself at home, Captain.
Так. А как это говно работает? Так, уменьшающий луч.
Батя, нормально?
Нормально. Нормально, бля. Так, уменьшающий луч звучит интересно. Импульсный молот. Мех. Малагатор, ты чё, вы уснул? Притих что-то подозрительно. Мгм. Бля, тут еще какие-то записи же были. А, вот, заархивированные сообщения. У нас есть какой-то кореш у дом. А может, ты наш любовник? Кто знает? Второй пилот — это какое-то обозначение пассивов в их колониях или что, я не понимаю. Как-то выделяется это выражение. Мгм. Так, ладно. Любопытно. Так, в корзину можно всякое барахло скидывать. Сабли зачем-то. Так. А где наш экипаж? Это что такое, блядь? Так, у нас есть какой-то боевой робот. Так, это камера порвать. Понятненько. Молока труснул, походу. Или я проебал момент, когда он ушел. Запрещенная литература.
By verity, by strength. What are we contemplating today? Of course. Are you ready to break into security on the Groundbreaker?
Возможно.
If I can access the data
Списки
cartridge from the
зрилов
terminal in
есть.
security, I can easily hack into their arrivals and
Ну, я говорю, может, уснул, на фоне оставил.
That'll give us dates,
Такое бывает с
times, and
мужчинами.
the crew manifests for
На этом
every
канале, блядь.
I'll comb the last 6 months of departure manifests to track the Philosophist's off-world destination.
Я понял.
Thank.
Так, а что еще у нас тут? Так, еще 2 членов экипажа мы сможем завербовать. Идеально снотворное. Да пиздец, я как кармик, блядь. Тоже все сюда спать приходят. Только я вам про ВР не рассказываю. Так, ладно, пойдем к А где порвать трется? Так, с нами Викарий Макс. Бля, если бы я знал, что он еще с нами будет, я бы получше броню оставил. Еще одна у меня была. Бля, броня у него неплохая, кстати. Так. Ну, взлом. Хотя можно всегда переодеть. Да я думаю, сейчас еще нам попадется получше какая-нибудь бронька.
Yeah, so this is my hidey spot now. I was looking for a place that was quiet. I figured the kitchen would be louder than the hold, so here I am. Cozy like.
Here I am. Rocky like a hurricane.
That's in pretty good shape considering how hard Mr. Hawthorne ran it. It's a Yakita LHA 120, A2 model, I'm pretty sure. The Block 2 design scooshed in extra cargo space but didn't change the stock engines. Probably a touch underpowered, huh?
Accurate in all particulars. I conclude you are Edgewater's board-certified mechanic.
Fly-by-wire's pretty normal. Or leastways, that's what I read in the trades. I've never been on a real ship before. Hello! I am not a board-certified mechanic, but my dad was. He taught me all he knew. Do you understand?
Speech recognition is one of the many skills I have been programmed to simulate.
You're not simulating it, you're doing it! I asked a question and you answered it.
I am gratified you consider this facsimile convincing. I am at your disposal, Ms. Parvati. You will find the technical schematics in the engineer's locker. Though I'm afraid Captain Hawthorne has lost the owner's manual.
А что, интернета нету, загуглить не можем?
Holes in the hull. I'll take a good squint at her, make sure everything's tip-top. But I think we're cooking with plasma torches. You can do that, you know. My dad taught me how to make grilled cheese sandwiches with a plasma torch. Mostly, yeah. I lived in the maintenance office near all my life. Mr. Thompson never let me forget how funny that was. Not on the regular. Once in a great long while, a Saltuna boat would break down on the pad. He'd always bring me along for those. Mostly he did the same as me.
Но денег у меня один хуй нет, менять его придется терпеть.
Running. Turned loaders, plumbing and electricity, some plastering. I never got the hang of that. Except for my schooling years, I was always beside him. Or tied to him. He used to carry me about in a sling when I was real little. When I got older, he set me to sorting tools and parts while he worked. Later, he taught me simple fixes like busted crate latches. I'm not exactly a model employee. Not like he wanted. The kind that stays quiet and gets the right work done in the right order every day. It's not normal for anyone to do as their parents. You take a vocational test. That decides your schooling and your career. When I tested out for maintenance, everyone figured it was on account of my dad. They were real unhappy with us. They're powerful good tests. They rattled off this whole list of names who'd worked on them, with fancy bits hanging off them. Doctors and esquires and the thirds.
Уважаемые люди.
Even if you don't believe they actually catch what everybody's best at, everybody's got to take them. So at least it's fair-ish. Because they were hoping their own kid would get the job and get sent back to Edgewater. When folk go away for schooling, they don't get back to where they begun. Not usually. You go straight to your first job, wherever the company's got an opening. Real smart folk design the tests. They use these things called algorithms. They take into account what fulfills them.
Хорошая штука,
If
алгоритмы.
somebody isn't happy in the job they get, it's likely on account of a poor attitude. Well, I'm good at making things work the way they ought. Not so much at doing such to somebody else's schedule. There's times I'm working deep in the guts of a loader, getting it all running perfect. Then I look up to see it's tomorrow and I've blown another deadline. Anyhow, I was happy to get back home. I didn't care much for schooling. Oh, there were a whole lot of reading, not nearly enough doing. Like, before they'd issue you a wrench, they wanted an essay on the design of different wrenches. Then there'd be quizzes on company regulations for storage and maintenance of wrenches. As soon as I got permission, I spent all my time in the machine shop. They had all manner of parts, but they didn't want me using them, so I had to sneak them sometimes. I even slept in there. Had a hammock tied up in the rafters. Before I left, I installed a little skylight for myself, so I could see the stars. Students bunk 4 to a room. It's supposed to get you used to working as a team. There's no privacy and no quiet. When my roommates tried to talk, I'd get so nervous I'd be drenched in sweat. It was easier for everybody when I stayed off on my own. I doubt any of them remember me now. Yep, nothing much had changed. Everything was a little grayer, a little dirtier. Dad met me at the shuttle and gave me a big ol' hug. I noticed straight away that he was moving slower and stiffer. He made a little grunt when I squeezed. About a year. I tried to do more of the work so he could rest. His heart gave him pains. Dad never said that he loved me, you know? I knew on account of him showing it. How he'd stay up late to help with my projects or listen to my fretting. Oh gosh. Look at the time. Sorry to bend your ear so long. And I got so much to do.
Да не, мы не спешим. Ладно, поехали. О, локация-то, блядь. На лабораторию Финиса можно сгонять. Монарх. Гефест, Р2. На Терре 2 мы сейчас были. Давайте к Финису заглянем. Можно же? Ну там какая-то пушка. Да, 2 напарника можно взять. Кайф. Может даже 3. Как в Mass Effect. Ого, блядь.
Hello? Can you hear me? Does this work? Oh, damn it. Blast, that's loud.
У тебя тут, говорят, пушки какие-то есть интересные. Так, что за уборочная машина? Блять, я забыл про этого поговорить.
I'm just securing my ongoing experiments. And securing myself. Mind the mess. I haven't had a visitor since... in fact, I've never had a visitor.
Ого, это что за хуйня? Пухлик! Пухляк! Здорово. Пухляк. Блин, прикольно у тебя тут.
Oh, thank the law. Your skin hasn't consciously changed color. Potential side effect of the revival process. Very rare, but you never know. situation, such as it is. I've got caffeinoids, cysty bits, if you're into that sort of thing. So, welcome. Make yourself at home. My secret hideout is your secret hideout. The one I gave you before your pod landed? Ruined beyond repair. Impossible to find replacement parts. That's Halcyon Manufacturing for you.
Обидно.
Don't worry about it. I'm reasonably certain you're not going to spontaneously expire. No need to monitor your recovery. Not at all, my intrepid accomplice. I should thank you for tolerating my
А чё он там прячется от меня сидит?
I only regret that I couldn't save more of your fellow settlers, what with being hunted by the board, and emptying my supply of necessary chemicals. Of course. What's on your mind? Oh, it's not you. I do experiments in that room. Some of them get quite scientific. The unexpected is to be treasured, but from a safe distance. Regardless, it's quite comfortable in here, you know. I have my beans, have my caffeinoids, plenty of toilet paper. Absolutely. Let's talk. Oh, goodness, no. I wouldn't survive 10 seconds in the blackness of the aether. Well, no, I imagine I'd last at least 12 seconds before I'd lose consciousness and die of hypoxia. I enjoyed the occasional aether wave drama in my youth. Not anymore. All board propaganda. I'd rather not be brainwashed. To answer your question, I'd rather stay right here in my lab. There's too much work to be done. The Hope's colonists won't revive themselves, you know.
Трудоголик.
Yes, that troublesome bounty on my head. I've been a fugitive ever since the board caught wind of my research. My work is my life. The board can put a price on my head, but they can't scare me into stopping my research. Because we've lost our way, the board has a stranglehold over this colony, and we've all been conditioned into total obedience. The Hope is full of specialists, scientists, engineers, talented individuals like you, people who haven't been corrupted by the board. Unfortunately, the Hope's colonists have been frozen for decades, well past your shelf life, so to speak. No offense. You begin to perceive the truth. Yes, according to the board and their narrow-minded scientists, you should be a pile of organic sludge right now. 10 years. That's how long the average human can remain in hibernation. You were frozen for decades. In theory, you never should have survived the revival process. But the conventional theories are wrong. You're living proof that it can be done. There's yet hope for the Hope. Get it? We'll do our very best to save them all. I'd best get back to work. I can feel my last dose of caffeinoid fading.
Понятненько. Так, а что за уменьшающий луч тут у вас?
Aha! I see you found my portable molecular compression device, better known as a shrink ray. Find a target, point, shoot. Your target will shrink down into a manageable size, whereupon you may commence beating them to a pulp. Feel free to try it on a marauder sometime.
Ну-ка. Угу. Ладно, я понял, но я не хочу зверушку убивать. Так, что у тебя тут еще интересное есть? Так. Так, больше нету, да? Понятненько. Ладно, здесь ловить больше нечего пока что. Да?
I hope you're not thinking of ingratiating yourself with the board. Chairman Rockwell and his cronies are not your friends. They might tempt you with promises of wealth, but don't be fooled. They're just using you for their own ends. What's on your mind?
Да ничего. Пойдем на корабль-то вернемся. Пушку я нашел. Ради этого, в принципе, и заходил. Так, а это его корабль, да? Ну ладно. Надо сейчас определиться, куда. На первый проход, наверное, надо двигать.
Welcome back, Captain. How can I be of assistance? The unit is a cleaning SAM. Hawthorne brought it on board some cycles ago, I'm sure with the intent to modify it, but I've never seen it up and running. Alex likely recorded progress notes detailing his efforts to modify SAM. If you check the terminal in your captain's quarters, we may be able to determine what work remains in order for SAM to properly operate.
Так, ну-ка, анекдоты можешь рассказать?
What would you like to hear? Why are obtuse angles so depressed? Because they are never right.
Смешно.
Now playing a Spacer's Choice advertisement jingle.
It's not the best choice. It's Spacer's choice.
Спасибо, блять.
As you wish, Captain. I must comply with all direct orders. What part of the colony would you like to discuss? Ah, yes. As Dr. Wells is a wanted outlaw, he built his laboratory into an asteroid. Orbital destinations can be challenging to land on. His more so than most. There is a bounty on his head, one with a markedly high reward amount. Shall I engage the laser weapons system?
Не, пока не надо.
Sensible choice, as we do not have any laser weapons. The outlaw scientist known as Dr. Phineas V. Wells has taken a measure of precautions to make the lab undetectable to those hunting him. Even knowing the location, my systems resist my orders to go where I instruct them. Of course, what part of the colony would you like to discuss? We're cleared to dock with the Groundbreaker if that's your desired destination. If we're going there, please be sure all docking forms have been filed in triplicate and fees have been paid. The Mardettes take their docking laws quite seriously. I can, yes. Let me add that to my list of 1,435,498 tasks I am simultaneously executing in order to run our ship. You are more than welcome, Captain. The Groundbreaker was Halcyon's original colony ship. It has since been repurposed as a service station in the Lagrange wing of the system. Freighters often deliver or pick up goods from the Groundbreaker en route to other destinations. The city ship hosts an array of
Надо
cargo
заглянуть
holds,
туда.
factories, housing sections, and more. Many of Halcyon's companies maintain office spaces with stationed representatives in what is considered a truly neutral territory within the system. I have filed the required docking forms in triplicate, and fees have been paid. How can I be of assistance?
Так, подожди, а что еще можно спросить? Терра 2.
Where in Terra 2?
Тут разные регионы.
Edgewater is the sparkling county seat of Emerald Vale, or it was when first built. The town is near the coordinates where Captain Hawthorne died. It would not be unfortunate if something like... You mean the ones who did not answer my distress call with medical assistance, but instead came to issue my injured captain a parting visit? I'm sure they are wonderful humans who don't deserve to be wiped out by starvation or a devastating plague.
Определенно.
Since you diverted power to Edgewater, the botanical lab shut down, and the deserters were forced to return to town. Meanwhile, the cannery's output increased, enabling the town's population to prosper. Thank you for nothing, Captain. I cannot say. First, I need to adjust my memory interpretation sensors, but I think my answer is yes. Of course. What part of the Where in Monarch? Ah, Monarch, the armpit of the Halcyon system. Her last functioning port town is Stellar Bay. Well, that is if you don't count Sublight's Smuggler's Port at Fallbrook. I believe it has something to do with the planet being an uninhabitable wilderness and a lawless land with no corporate presence. You may wish
Дикий
to
Запад
survey the
местный.
residents in Stellar Bay for additional data points. It's Sublight run for the purpose of shipping contraband, and before you ask, I don't know the coordinates, so I can't dock us there. Of course. What part of the... Where in... Warning. All colonists are urged to reconsider travel to Cascadia due to infestation of mantisaurs and risk of indefinite detention or death. There are no people aside from marauders in Cascadia. There is only death. The local report is that you will very likely die if you leave Cascadia's landing pad. This is one of those times where you say one word but really mean another, isn't it?
Очень весело будет. Ладно, пока хватит. Что там? Починить драндулет это как-то надо. Угу. Бак с кислотой. Понятненько. Так, это где? Даже метки пока нету. Роузовые, это где, блядь? Чё за Сцилла?
Destination reached. Scylla.
What the fuck is this?
To return in 1 p.
Господи. Угу.
This is real space, isn't it? Empty, silent. Never thought I'd see the like. I'd look up at night, but
Can't walk 5 meters without stubbing your toe in a loose rock here.
Так, ну мне сюда вроде не надо, да? Нам надо на первопроходец. Погнали. Так, а на монарх нам тоже пока не надо, да? Блять, как старый дедов Жигуль наш корабль передвигается.
can we talk? Hey, Captain. I heard that Groundbreaker's got a real good engineer. A lady named Junlei Tennyson? I was thinking that maybe I ought to meet her. If you got time to swing us by, I mean. I don't got much experience fixing actual spaceships. I bet you a can of Borston beans she could teach me all manner of stuff. I abso-surely can. I'm a passing fair mechanic. Even Mr. Thompson would have said it's my only skill. But I'm used to working on cannery lines, AG loaders and the like. There's tricks about ships I ain't learned yet. All I'm looking for is a few pointers. I bet a lady who runs a whole station has forgot more than I ever learned. Thanks, Captain. I'll be sure to make it
Зайдем,
worth your
почему
time.
нет?
Did you want to talk about something else?
To return in 1 piece.
Just checking your ship's manifest.
Captain. Hey, Captain. I'm in space.
Не позорь меня.
Never thought I'd be able to say that.
Будем выглядеть как колхозники, первый раз в город приехавшие.
That's not the point. This hack was just knocked out one of my workers.
Yeah, with a tossball stick. I heard you the first time. There weren't any witnesses.
No witnesses. He's not even denying it.
Jackass had it coming.
Shut it, Felix. You're not making this any better.
You get cute with me again, you little back bay brat, I will toss you out an airlock.
This is the Groundbreaker, not Byzantium. You ain't the law here. I am. Now move along.
I don't have time for this. I need a drink.
Going for a stroll around the docking base? Sure was. Got a knack for upsetting the board and the Mardettes all at once. Between you and me, I was hoping they'd come to fisticuffs. I had this foreman, right? Guy never liked me, always trying to get a rise out of me. But I keep my chin up, right? Be the bigger man, I tell myself. He's a Spacer's chosen man, though. So when the Chosen beat my Rangers the other night, my foreman comes swaggering up with his head full of boasting. Exactly. I was only doing what any self-respecting Rangers fan would have done. Look, this was a long time coming. Guy thinks he can push me around because he's some sky-high foreman, and I'm just a back bay's dock worker. Well, former dock worker. Guess I just tendered my resignation. Enjoy my freedom. Scrounged together enough bits for a 0G. Other than that, can't say as I do.
Ох уж эти
Hey,
фанаты
not for nothing.
спорта.
But I saw you wander out of that ship over there by the dock. Wouldn't happen to be yours, would it? Captain of the Unreliable. You're like something out of a serial drama. Hey, I don't want to talk your ears off, guessing you got places to be. I appreciate your time. Oh, not at all. Just, you know, gonna figure out what to do next. See you around, boss.
Что-то подозрительно, он меня про корабль спросил. Пролезть еще на корабль ко мне, блин. Бомж какой-то. Блин, был бы денег побольше, надо было 1,5 литра брать, наверное. Так. Блядь, не падай. Так, что у нас тут дальше? Куда идти, что делать? Терминал надо взломать, говорят. Гуннар Макред. Угу.
That's quite the impressive list of infractions.
Да, солидно. Финис очень популярен.
Customs and inspection, right this way.
По-другому я никак не пройду. Здорово. Давайте осмотримся для начала. Тихо, блять. Пробел ёбаный, меня в могилу свести решил. Блять, я нажал пробел. А, блять, больно. Сука.
This is it. Security. I can check the departures registry to find out which crew
Так, подожди. Я хуйню какую-то сделал. Тем более я так не понял, на какую кнопку, блять, маскировка работает. Вообще свалился не... Да, блять. Не, надо с пробелом будет что-то делать. Опять может промыть его спиртом. Вроде это помогало на некоторое время. Ого. Так, что я тут нашел? Нихуя себе. А вот броня что-то такая себе. Хотя вроде 6 класс. Ну, у нее модификаторы какие-то другие стоят, видать. А, это еще тип брони малый, у меня большой. Ну-ка. Зато шлем нашел. Неплохо. Так, что, Икарю можно шлем мой старый отдать? Да, оружие какое-нибудь ему посолиднее выдать. Ручной пулемет, блядь. Лопата, блядь. Шовел, блядь. Да, Слава? Мы лопату нашли. Бля, нихуя, он с пулеметом солидно выглядит, падра, блядь. А, ему оружие ближнего боя заменить нельзя, что ли? Или у него по стоку должно быть одно такое, одно такое? Так, а чё за ствол-то ей бы дать сейчас? Пока пусть и так будет. Так, ну мне надо пройти через ту штуку, я так понимаю, да? Здрасте.
Identification, please. Captain Hawthorne, you said. Let me apologize in advance. I'm about to ruin your day. According to your ship's record, you've been flagged by the board. Your ship will be impounded until such a time as they see fit to lift it.
But we've hardly been out of Edgewater long enough to get in trouble.
Well, isn't this wonderful? The captain's done something to get on the board's bad side. Now, hold on. This isn't the end of the world. Probably. You'll want to take it up with Udom Bedford.
Бля, это тот чел, который написывал этому... Блять.
Access to that information is above my pay grade, and I've turned down 3 promotions, so it stays that way. I shouldn't be mentioning it, but what the hell? This here, impounding your ship, it doesn't happen much. The board knows we don't take kindly to their interfering in our operations. If I had to take a guess as to why, you must have riled up someone important. You take the starch out of him, well, you won't hear any complaints from me. Oh, and if you're headed that way, would you mind doing me a favor?
Конечно.
On the door set over in sickbay, tell her the shipment's not in yet. It's not coming in anytime soon, and if she'd be so obliged to get off my ass about it. A handful of SAM cleaning units retrofitted for surgery. I don't know much else. I stopped listening when she started yelling.
Мне надо этот груз.
Much appreciated.
Надо помочь.
Is there anything else I can help you with? He's friendly enough unless you speak ill of the board. Get the sense he doesn't care for Groundbreaker much. Not that he would, being a board man and all. He's our liaison.
Бля, извиняюсь.
They can't abide an independent township, especially not one they gotta depend on. We're the first and last stop out of this colony. All their interstellar freighters come through us, and we skim a few bits off the top in manifest processing fees with every one. Folks around here will bluster that the board hates our freedom, but really, they know we can stop their out-system shipments anytime we like, and that terrifies them. You sure you didn't just step off one of the interstellar freighters? There's no working with the board. They don't share, not bits, people, or resources. You work for them, or you don't work at all. Groundbreaker cooperating now would be tantamount to joining their ranks, and we sure as shit ain't about to do that. It's a delicate balance, right? We could cancel their freighters' docking privileges in retaliation, but where'd that lead us? They got assault cruisers, gunships, and a handful of mining operations at their fingertips. We push them too hard, maybe they decide we'd be better in 10 trillion little pieces. Or they cobble together a new Groundbreaker and put us in
Жестко.
The board wouldn't do that, would they?
The board is necessary to provide order to the colony. They believe it's their prerogative to overrun you. But whether you allow that is up to you.
It's a tough line to walk, no doubt about that. But we make do all right. So far, anyway. Yep, Groundbreaker's the only real independent port. Aside from us, there's just tramp freighters and wildcat miners. Seems like every year the board's offices get bigger and their ships take up more of the landing bays. Haven't seen nearly as many tramp crews this year.
Понятно, спасибо за инфу.
Maybe. Most of the shipping traffic in the system passes through Groundbreaker. Every couple of months, we even get a big interstellar freighter. Two biggest operations are the board. That is, Halcyon Holdings and Sublight Salvage. But there are independent operators around the promenade deck. Most of those jobs are going to take you off station, though. Are you pulling my leg? Goes like this. Back on Earth, before the crossing, the powers that be were selling off stakes in distant star systems they thought had potential. A bunch of companies decided to throw in.
Была же тема, что на Луне, по-моему, участки продавали. Да, интересно, еще работает? Кто-то тратит на это говно деньги.
Sitting around drinking whiskey and smoking cigars, yeah, probably. Can't say for sure, of course. Doubt I'll ever see the inside of it myself. Groundbreaker was one of the original colony vessels to come over on the crossing, a few years before her sister ship, the Hope. Once everybody'd been de-thawed and dropped dirt side, the original crew of the Groundbreaker decided they rather liked the spacefaring life. I guess that was the start of our independent spirit. Now, here we are. Yep, Groundbreaker's the only real... Seems like every year the...
Это мы уже
Glad to
читали.
help. Relative to the board holdings? Not really. But there's a few with the means to go where they will. They aren't rich, but they aren't likely to look too close at your work history either. They strip the parts from derelict ships and abandoned outposts. There's some that say they make the derelicts and encourage folks to abandon their steads. Sublight gives me the
Рейдерские захваты,
I've known folks
класс.
who went to work for them and just vanished. They're on the promenade run by a woman named Lilia Hagen. I'm only telling you so you know to avoid them. Commandant Sanita might have a couple of folks she needs killed. Bad folks, I mean. Not regular folks. She'll be at the security desk behind me. Chief Junlei might have an errand needs running. She's all tied up trying to fix our heat problem. You'll find her in engineering.
No kidding? I'd love to get a look at this old girl's innards. I bet they're real twisty and weird. In a good way.
If you're thinking to make a career here, don't waste your time. Full-time jobs on Groundbreaker tend to be inherited, or go to a fellow crew member's kid. Keep it in the family, you know.
Угу.
All right. Most places are on the promenade deck. Big door yonder, straight through security. There's a bar on the starboard side. I got a preference for the Lost Hope myself. Talk to Vera. She'll set you right.
Хорошо, спасибо.
Need anything else? You let me know. Don't want anyone saying Groundbreaker's not the most hospitable port in the colony. The fence. You'll find her in the rest and go, on your left when you enter the promenade. Make sure you bring an empty belly.
Понял, спасибо за подробную информацию.
Hi there. Haven't seen you around before. What can Groundbreaker Security do for you today? This is the security desk, sir. If you're here to report a crime, you'll want to talk to Commandant... Less than there used to be. Fewer freighters passing through these days. I spend some shifts just listening to the wireless.
Блин, нормально работа. Сидишь, радио слушаешь.
Search me? I mean, don't search me, because that's my job. Get it? I reckon you'd have to ask the folks in Byzantium. Sure, and stuff from outside the system too, off the interstellar freighters. That's why we also have so many armed Mardettes on duty here. We can't just let anyone walk in here. I wouldn't be, well, it's not... we just don't. Maybe if you clear an open bounty and get in good with Commandant Sanita, or help Chief Tennyson fix this heat, that might warrant a thank you tour or something.
Прям как ты. Да. Заразил молокатора. Ну, хотя... Ну, вообще как-то это самое... Бля, убеждение 45 прокатит? Охуеть.
In and out, though. Just try not to do any shady stuff. I'd like to keep my job.
Охуеть, в начале игры запиздоболил, блядь.
Unless you're here to file an incident report or to inquire about the bounty posting, I must kindly ask you to clear out. The Mardet's offices aren't for leisure time, nor
В
loitering.
общем, локатор не такой ночнушник, как мы с тобой.
Do I look like your gossipy best friend? While I'm on post, I take my duties real serious. I would have no qualms whatsoever escorting you to a
Единственное, тянки
cell.
почти все страшные в этой игре. Вот это проблема.
I'm not here for a chat. Now get moving before I see you moved. Last tip we got pointed toward the back bays. You want the reward? Do the legwork.
А чё, сегодня подольше сидеть вынужден?
You and about 6 other enterprising mavericks. It's only a matter of time before someone brings me McRed's head, or his lucky lighter, as proof of kill. I do hope you're the lucky
А, на
one,
работу,
though.
точняк.
Good luck and skip speed to you. We're the security force here on Groundbreaker. Started back before the crossing, you know.
Точно.
The original force was made up of a Marine detachment from the 77th Marine Expeditionary Unit, Trailward Fleet. Folks started calling us Mardettes because it was easier to say. Guess it stuck. Still waiting to hear back on that.
Так, ну финис пока сдавать не будем. Так, а чё там этот чел-то? Он меня пустил вроде, да?
This is it. Security. I can check the departures registry to find out which crew I mean, the Scholar shipped in and out with.
On Monarch, it's a wasteland. You were hearing things.
No, seriously. There was a lot of static at first.
Так, экскурсия легкая. Так. Мгм.
Now that we have the data cartridge, I can finally find out where that scholar I'm looking for ended up.
Здравствуйте. О, блядь, это у меня уже есть. Топор, блядь. Угу. Да я так просто посмотреть, ребята, не обращайте внимания. Так, ладно, давайте Падре отдадим этот диск, бля.
Got it. His name is Reginald Cheney, and he joined a sublight salvage crew. Only he's not listed on the return manifest. Must have made landfall somewhere he wasn't supposed to. Ah, yes. Here. There's a domicile on Monarch in Fallbrook, rented to the same bit card he used
Чё,
to buy his
6
seat on
всего?
the salvage ship.
Я что-то
I should
проебал.
have guessed. What better place to lay low if you wish to avoid the authorities? Oh, it's nothing.
Градусов.
I really didn't
У
have
меня
much
9
faith in
вроде.
actually finding him. Was a bit of a long shot, wasn't it? I admit it was a bit of a long shot, but when you've spent as many hours as I have in contemplation of the universe's secrets, you sometimes get a sense for these things.
Бля, надо будильник не забыть поставить. Прогулки с утра никто не отменял. Так, левелап произошел. Пусть будет так пока. Угу. Хорошо. Так, пустышка. Выследите режиссера. Так, уборочная машина. Чего, блядь? Двойной прыжок, типа, какой-то непонятно открылся. Так, это не то задание, что нам нужно. Так. Так, это далеко. Это поближе. Далековато. Это вообще близко. Пойдем посмотрим. Есть ли что-то здесь наверху? Да, блядь. Есть целая нихуя, моя любимая.
Halcyon News. We interrupt your regularly scheduled advertisement for the following story. The board
Так,
would like to
явно не
inform
здесь.
strangers and other travelers that passage to Monarch.
Ого.
Be distracted by the glare of the adverts. Lots of unsavory types about.
Прикольно.
Do you know what's happening on Terra 1? Last I heard, the board was in
Ooh, can we rent an upstairs room?
How do you do? And welcome to the Rest and Go. We used to be the Go and Rest, but folks never knew when to leave. Sorry. Business has been slow. Anything to occupy the time. Of course, most of our supplies come and go through merchants. Company ships and salvage runs are the only traffic we tend to get. I try and steer clear of that creepy fellow in the moon mask. If there's a cost to
Вкусная
being a
точка,
company
я
man,
думаю,
he
есть.
paid it in spades.
Не знаю, завтра на дачу поедем, я попробую батю развести, опять заехать пожрать. Хочется иногда какой-нибудь гадости, продрестаться
Holds the
потом.
ship together, the promenade holds our economy together, and Sublight is the shoddy jewel in our rusty old crown.
Мгм.
Our local garbage collectors. That Lilia Hagen never met a debris field she didn't like. She freely admits she planted her roots in Groundbreaker to escape board oversight. But I think there's more to it. She's unusual in the head, that one. Our Chief Tennyson has an independent streak, same as her mother and grandmother who rode this ship on the crossing. There's a reason the board's embassy is a glorified shoebox. While Junlei Tennyson lives and breathes, Groundbreaker remains free. Oh, you can't miss her. Right behind you, number 2. First unit on the left, or second unit from the right, depending on which direction you count from.
Понял, спасибо. Премного благодарен, так сказать. Торговые автоматы всякие. Блять, знаешь, кого она мне напоминает? Того еврея из второй мафии, который денег в долг давал Вита на наркоту, блять. Бля, просто посмотри на нее. И очечки такие же. И как-то форма лица, что ли. Так, и что с шавой? Бля, у меня шав так и не появился нормальных.
Bless my heart.
Сочувствую.
A stranger come knocking on a poor old woman's door. You here for a particular reason? Or did the neighbors tell you how good my sugar cookies are? Made without a single natural ingredient, or an oven. Just like store-bought. Those have been the height of illegality since Stellar Bay turned their noses up at the board. You and I could be thrown to the void just for discussing such a transaction. Lucky for us, Groundbreaker's a free port. We're outside of the board's control. For the time being, at least.
И сколько денег потратил на это говнище?
And they're hard to come by these days. It won't be cheap. If you find yourself lacking in the bits, I might have an opportunity you'd be interested in.
10 тысяч битов, нихуя.
Phineas, that old kook. He was quite the dancer back in his prime, did he tell you? Real light on his feet.
Бруно, да-да-да.
Real light in the wallet, too. He still owes me a small fortune. Laws. Maybe I should charge you double.
Понятно.
Well, I find I'm in need of a ship captain with a little moral flexibility. Might be this could help out the Groundbreaker, as well as earn some bits.
Так, а что нужно сделать?
Do you know Edna over in engineering? Sweet as a pea, that one. On occasion, she'll pass along transmissions I might find interesting. She sent me a recording of a distress signal she'd scraped from the Groundbreaker's comm array. Curious thing is, it came from an outpost called Roseway, And Auntie Cleo will
В
bend
розовый
that
мне
place
надо,
years
кстати,
ago.
да.
Can't say I know for sure. Maybe it never really was.
Sounds like someone poking into somewhere they shouldn't be got into a spot of trouble.
Comm centers don't operate themselves, Captain. Someone had to have sent that distress call manually.
Those corps are cleverer than all get out. Might have been a ruse to keep the rest of the board from sniffing around.
Ни слова больше, бабуля, я в деле.
You've got an ear for intrigue and a nose for bits. I like that. Here's a copy
Только
of
мой
the
корабль все
SOS
еще
booklet.
арестован, надо
Read
идти
the report.
разобраться с этим уебаном, блядь.
If you should find a secret worth selling, might be I could find a buyer. Corporate bigwigs will pay top bit for inside information on their competitors.
Бля, ну это точно Бруно какой-то. Только денег в долг не предлагает пока. Микрозаймы, блядь.
Don't forget to come find old Gladys when you're done. Might want to acquaint yourself with Junlei Tennyson, Groundbreaker's chief. She's been trying to get a handle on this heat problem we've got. You'll find her fretting in engineering. I'd say she's a sweet girl, but law forfend someone call me a liar. What do you want, then? That's right, dearie. The only independent station in the colony. That's us.
Угу.
Though for how long, I can't say. That all depends on Miss Junlei. The board can't abide a community that won't bend to its will. They've always got one scheme or another
Бля, ну похоже
looking for
же.
ways to bring us to heel. Like this heat business. Shameful. But it won't work. No, sir. Groundbreaker's free till the day she dies, law willing. Go right. Groundbreaker's radiators. Been neither fine nor dandy for weeks now.
Может, почистить радиаторы просто, нет?
But the board's determined to get in her way. The board can't abide. They've always got one scheme or another running, looking for. But it won't work. No.
Я понял.
Ask the common folk, and they'll tell you it's on account of all the monsters on Monarch desperate to gobble you up. Because that's what the board tells them, you see. I think they made some fool mistake that would make them look bad to the rest of the colony, and they're trying to hide the evidence. Those board folk are real prideful-like. Never want you looking behind the curtain, lest you see their derrieres. But old Gladys knows the score. The whole colony's not much more than a diorama, showcasing one board screw-up after another. That's why we gotta keep them from getting their grubby mitts on Groundbreaker. She's our mess. Probably. Every once in a while, we get these snippets of radio chatter. Edna shows them to me. Some man hooting and hollering about the light in us all. Claims he's transmitting from Monarch, but who knows if that's true. Might be true. Might be some new trick from the board. Oh, a little of this, a little of that. I buy and sell items that require discretion to dispose of. Knickknacks. Curios. I also knit throw pillows stuffed with the hair of famous tossball players. But that's more of a passion project.
What about non-famous players? I earned quite a reputation as a fifth back during my penitentiary, seminary days.
You do have a favorable mop, I must say. But that's not what
Так
you
ты
want to
сидел, блядь, а не был викарием в тюрьме, блядь. Пиздец, уголовника взял какого-то.
You know where to find me. Here, take a candy with you.
Спасибо за конфетку. Так, подожди, а зачем я с бабулей?
Gracious.
А, 10 тысяч битов у меня пока не нарисовалось. Ну-ка. А чё про оружие-то, бабуль?
won a charming copper kettle off that girl who...
Непонятно. Ладно, пока оставим тогда это. Чего? Угу, понимаю. Ладно, сейчас по левой стороне пробежимся, потом на правую пойдем.
Are you listening to me, Emperor? You can't keep me out of there.
Please don't make a scene, Dr. Fenhill.
I am not making a scene.
Something I can help you with? Not without dispensation from Chief. We don't have the... Regrettably, we are dependent on the board for... We'd nearly signed a supply agreement with Anti-Cleos, but they demanded we'll...
Понятно.
Take...
Так, ну а ты кто?
I'm sorry. Am I causing a scene? See, Emperor? We could have avoided all this unpleasantness if you just let me talk to Jessie in the first place. Let me get one thing straight. Jessie and I are not friends. I just owe her, okay? As for the rest, I'm trying to figure that out. All I know is that she's been here too long, and she's apparently not receiving visitors. You say that like it's weird. I just don't like to leave a debt unpaid, that's all. Be my guest. If you know something I don't about dealing with hospital bureaucracy, I'll be impressed.
Я довольно-таки пиздобольный парень.
What seems to... If only my other patients had so many inquiring after them. The records say Miss Doyle checked herself in and requested I admit no visitors. She's not my patient. I'm certain no one on my staff... Take care.
Так, по-хорошему не выходит, да?
Can't say I've seen you before. I take it you're a freighter captain? If you're here to better yourself, you'll have to wait. We're having a spot of trouble with our delivery service. Sure is. You need a deft hand to straighten a busted nose or...
Почем полировка зубов, если они остались еще?
Of course, there's not much cosmetic improvement going on at the moment, not without my mechanicals. Where the law is Irian anyway? I'm expecting our delivery fellow to stop through with medical supplies and service auto mechanicals. Name's Captain Irion. A brave idiot with a penchant for getting himself delayed. Sometimes by dates, usually by bandits. Surgery mostly. Medical personnel are difficult to come by on Groundbreaker. The board won't let their doctors and nurses station here, and they own all the medical schools. If we can't hire their people, we can't hire anyone. Everyone on staff here on Groundbreaker was trained by me or Idris. We're good, don't get me wrong. But we've only 2 heads between us, and we don't know everything.
Так, еще раз.
Keep hanging around and... What can I... He must be referring to Irion.
I'm sure the fool's gotten himself into another scrape. I'm beginning to wonder if I'm ever gonna get my service mechanicals at this rate. I'd be grateful if you'd spare the time. We need his delivery soon as yesterday.
Поищем, почему нет?
Last he told me, he was taking a shortcut by Scylla, an asteroid in the Charybdis cluster. That's where I'd start, were I the adventuring type. You look out, though. The place is probably crawling with outlaws.
Класс.
Keep hanging around and I'll be... What can I...
Так, подожди. Угу. Бля. Я случайно. Рефлекс, блядь. Я не хотел. Я правда случайно не хотел. Вижу эту, лутаю, блядь. Блядь, бабка смотрит.
If maybe folks keep doors closed for a reason?
To the last ratchet on rotten time, leave me in peace! You hull-headed quacks do know that restful recuperation requires not being disturbed, don't you? What? Why? Everything's fine. We're all fine here. No need for her to be worrying her pretty little head about me. I'm just terrible, dreadful sick is all. Got a cough that won't quit and sores all over my body. Highly lethally contagious, but I'll be fine so long as I'm left alone.
Сработает запугивание.
Should have known she'd send a bruiser after me. Damned if I don't rue the day I saved her scrawny little hide. Inadvertently, I befriended a bloodhound in the process.
Сработало.
All right, okay. We can discuss this like the level-headed folk that we are. Seems I've got to do something before Ellie goes jabbering my business to anyone with one ear and an intent to listen.
The truth is, I'm not sick. But if you repeat what I'm about to tell you to anyone, I will deny it with my dying breath. You, ain't with the board, are you?
Хоть одна симпатичная тянка будет в этой игре, блядь? Что? Что это?
So I hold up here to lay low. What? No, I didn't do anything. I'm a law-abiding denizen of this ship, I swear. Think? No. I recognize a contracted killer when I see one, thank you. In my line of work, that's a skill you develop during week 1, assuming you want to keep breathing. Alright, I'll fess this part up too, if it means you'll help me. I'm a thief. I specialize in particularly high-end and historically
Почему я
valuable
опять в
items.
какую-то хуйню ввязался?
3 weeks back, I caught rumor that the blood-tier diamond, last worn by an heiress on the Lost Hope, had surfaced for the first time in 70 years. If I had, you think I'd be hiding out in the med bay? I was gonna steal it, lined up Udom as my buyer. He paid half up front to finance the operation. Let's just say things went sideways about the time I got my hands on the diamond, and it crumbled to stardust in my palm. Anywho, I barely made it out with my life, and nary a plan to make back Udom's deposit I'd spent.
Бля, а чё? Зачем мне пиздеть, что я работаю на коллегию?
Oh
Wait, don't gut me and skin me yet. Please, talk to Bedford. Tell him I can pay, a part of it, and I'm a useful person to know. Just ask Ellie. Surely you wouldn't drag me before him. I'm dreadful contagious. I just know if I face him, I'm dead.
Ладно.
Thanks for helping me with the board. You're a real pal. Or I guess I should say, Ellie is one, huh?
Так, пока эта хуйня не кончилась. Так, здесь ничего нету. Закрыто. Бля, съебываем. Вам нормально, да, что я... Ну ладно. Дом, блять, вот дом это... Угу. Так, пойдем знакомиться. Большой кораблик.
Any word on Jesse? Good luck. The board's got an office on the promenade just before engineering. You can't miss it.
Чё кобуру без пистолета таскаешь? Пропила?
C&P chicken and potatoes.
Географ глобус. Ну, типа того. Так. Так. Блин, ну если это механическая проблема, можно починить, попробовать.
Following that series? The Hunt for the Wimbrel?
The pirate ship? I don't go in for docu-serials.
The bounty hunter who's been after them? Fuller?
Так.
You look like someone who's taken their share of cuts and bruises. Need some armor. Maybe it's a bit secondhand, but that's only a testament to its durability. We also have a line of specialized melee weapons. For those times you have to repel boarders but don't want to risk a bullet through the hull. Not me, but it's in my blood. After the crossing, my family worked Eridanos, indentured to the corporations.
Ну, да, вот с внешкой проблем
I
какие-то.
was born into corporate labor, but I'm the first one of my family to buy my way out. That's why I settled on Groundbreaker. It's the last bastion of freedom.
Блин, даже самые страшные персонажи, бля, в японских играх выглядят симпатичнее, чем здесь, бля. Я хочу вернуться в Tales of, блядь. Так, что тут за бронят, бля? Привет, Айлушка. Как твой конец отпуска? Ну, что-то я топ броню не вижу пока особо. Хуйня. Ну и как? Что тебе родные рассказали?
And an old Yakita 37? Do you think they'd let me peek at the power plant?
Corporate township.
Ну, молодец, молодец. Сунцзянь.
Watch out something doesn't explode in your face.
Там что-то внизу какая-то агрессивная хуйня.
Thought there'd be more machinery. Must be housed on a sub-level.
Junlei Tennyson. I'm captain around here, but chief to my friends. Hope you don't mind the formal introduction. Groundbreaker doesn't see many visitors.
Что решили со станции? Ну, мы в город переправили, и главу города этого Рида выпиздили потом в итоге.
I heard we had someone in impound. Wish I could help. I gave the bureaucrats a motive authority over freight traffic, and it rankles them good when I challenge it. Just so we
В общем, нормально вышло, более-менее.
The Mardits, the crew, the engineers, their family. I hope there won't be any problems while you're visiting. Good. Don't go making trouble, and chances are you won't find any. That's how I like it here.
Лучший вариант, ну, смотря это... Я так понимаю, смотря по какой ветке идти, потому что у коллеги ухудшилось ко мне отношение. Я так понимаю, они хотели бы Рида видеть главой города.
Interesting. The powers that be paint an ugly picture of Monarch. Critters and such. Maybe someone in the promenade can get you the right.
Пивас расхуярил. Ну так, мальца. Бля, я сегодня за весь день только пельмени съел, и все. Мне жрать нечего.
You seem different. So welcome aboard. Groundbreaker's radiators need replacement parts. They're dumping superheated air into my ship. Only the board has access to new parts, and I won't let them swindle me into a corner. None. Every time I give in to the board, Groundbreaker loses its freedom. Soon there won't be anything left. I can't allow that. The board isn't helping, and my resources are spread thin. If I don't get those radiators back online, Groundbreaker, everyone aboard, will be cooked alive. Reasonable, huh? That's the best news I've heard all day. According to my grandmother's old schematics, the parts we need should be in the back bays. Sorry, I forgot not everyone knows this ship like I do. The back bays are on a lower deck, long abandoned and a haven for miscreants now.
Класс.
You must not have been here long. In Halcyon, new parts come by way of interstellar freighters from Earth, and the board monopolizes that kind of trade. That means I'd have to negotiate with the board. I've already given them the shops, the docking fees, and a damn embassy. Damn right. And while I'm captain of the Groundbreaker, it falls to me
Молода,
to
прям
preserve
что-то для
this ship's
капитана.
Those idiots are immune to reason, and they don't much care if the station melts to pieces. They're content to die last. If you could find some way to solve this without violence, I'd prefer that. But more than anything, we need those parts. I have. One of my engineers, plus a small security detail. They didn't come back. I can't afford to lose any Mardits on this job. No offense, but a freelancer like you is more
Справедливо.
responsible. Mardits are descended from the original Marine detachment that crossed the void with Groundbreaker. I don't put their lives on the line if I can avoid it. Good. Once you've obtained the parts, we can proceed to the next phase of repairs. What can I do for you, Captain? You're right, I don't. The board is after two things, bits and power, and they only get it by sticking their nose where it doesn't belong. I placate them when I have something to offer, but I can also be a real hard-ass. It'd be a joy if I could...
Хардес, хорошее выражение.
Too much of Groundbreaker's income is flowing in the wrong direction. I'd like to see that change. You've got... frustrating. Everything down to the circuit boards is past warranty, so I have the pleasure of making life or death decisions on a shoestring budget. Plus, there's no time to train my successor or document
Пиздец,
fixes
пиво,
in a way
бля,
that
рыгается
anyone
прям
outside the
охуенно.
family would understand. Sure is. The Tennysons came over on the groundbreaker. My grandmother, Chief Gaying, kept it together during the crossing and until she died. I was promoted only recently, when my mom died. Then I took the leap from chief engineer to captain.
They must have been amazing people to have taught you all you know, I mean, which is a lot.
That means a lot coming from a fellow engineer. Appreciate it. There wasn't much that took me by surprise about the job, but the little things you never expect or think about, they add up
Что
over
еще
time.
ты расскажешь, Тайлушка?
Maybe you can see why I
Сколько тебе
prefer
дней
the
осталось
groundbreaker.
отдыхать-то?
This ship is family. It's got tinkerings and bypasses that only Tennysons know about. I hope that was a joke, Captain. I really do. I gelded that thing years ago. Now it brews a stim that goes down stronger than Nan or Spank. Family recipe. You see any bite-sized Tennyson children running around? I didn't think so. The next captain won't have my heritage. I'll have to foster that talent from somewhere.
А чё, детей не заведешь лесбиянок тоже, да? Ну, порвать тебе может помочь скоротать время до смерти, так сказать.
Oh, gosh. I don't know. I'm really just a dab hand with a wrench. Nothing special. Not like a chief engineer.
Don't sell yourself short. It doesn't take a seasoned pro to tinker on Groundbreaker. Just someone who knows how a ship ought to feel. We're always thirsting for help. If you could find your way around this labyrinth of ducts and panels, we could work something out. You've got my...
What? I didn't think you just...
Parvati, is it? That's a lovely name. What can I do for you?
I was just thinking, I haven't got much experience working with actual, real spaceships, Miss Junlei. Chief Junlei.
Junlei is fine.
Force of habit, I guess. Okay. Since you run a whole space station, I was wondering if... Well, maybe you could teach me some things. I could message you later, maybe?
I'd be happy to make the time, Parvati. You can ask me anything.
Wow, great! I'll do that then. Messages. Later. Oh, your name's pretty too. I should have said... Sorry. I like it. Honest. Sorry.
Not a problem, Captain. Ask away.
Так, ладно, я понял. Я ни хера не понял. Так. Заказ выполним, так сказать. Правда, я не понимаю пока, как туда пройти. А, есть лифт. Также... Деталь для радиаторов достать. Я так понимаю, это тоже там где-то внизу, да? Сальный?
Hearty greeting, potential customer. Welcome to Auntie's Kitchen, a home-style consumable protein dispensary. This unit dispense proteins for your ingestion.
Белки для употребления внутрь? Ну, удиви меня. Спасибо, я воздержусь. Белки от роботов не принимаю.
Information leading faster. After a unit terrorist
Так, потом. Так, ну-ка. Угу. Как недоступно, блядь? Как не существует? Вы чё, сука, охуели? Угу. Понятно. Так, а по этой стороне что тут за заведение?
I was wondering what they do with their waste. I guess they just chuck it down here. Where's it all go?
Ну нахер. Потом схожу туда. Здрасте. Какая-то новая штурмовая винтовка.
You know that sound when you've snapped on an injector clip? That's how you know your weapon loves you back. I got a full line of weapon modifications I'd be happy to show you.
Так. Тактический дробовик. Вот это уже, кстати, выглядит интересно. Но у тебя там винтовка какая-то лежит вот здесь, блядь. Остроглаз. Я тоже такую хочу.
Someone has got to talk with Chief. Why, it gets you the...
All the better for performing a little percussive maintenance.
Self-improvement, including one.
Да, я понял.
Dead-eye assault rifle. Perfectly serviceable. But what if you like finesse? Slap a scope and silencer on that bad boy.
Я люблю
Bunker down in a
глушители.
bush someplace and pop off heads. What if you like getting in close and making a lot of noise? Extended ammo magazine and a barrel heatsink to bump up rate of fire.
Угу.
No and yes. When you install something, it pops in there real nice, but if you want to replace it, the originals tend to snap.
Отстой.
A what? Sorry, hon. Here at Bell's Shells, we just...
Ладно, я понял. Блин, у него какая-то винтовка новая, клевая. Причем это не снайперка, это именно вот... В продаже нету такой. Дробовик тактический я пока брать не хочу. Документов. Ну, я так и понял, зажали, блядь. Так, давайте всякий мусор попродаем пока. Пока так. Ладно, погнали вниз, может, с кого-нибудь выпадет. Хотя я сомневаюсь, что у местных бомжей внизу есть какое-то достойное оружие. Погнали в затон.
Hey, McRed, were you expecting any company?
A neighbor from above approaches our realm. Look at this ripe piece of meat just sizzling on the grill. Yum, yum. Time to feed the flames.
Is this what carbon monoxide poisoning looks like? I don't think this deck is too well ventilated.
Speaking for myself,
Ну да, есть
I am
такое.
not of a mind to be murdered by a psychopath who plays with fire.
You came with the crew. Welcome. We got plenty of space to spread out, but only room for one captain. Woo! Look at the courage on this one. Lay it on me, boss. Give me a taste of that fiery primal spirit.
That's right, sir. Just the parts. We'll be in and out in a jiff. You won't even know we were here.
Tennyson just keeps feeding the furnace, don't she? We're still playing with her last sacrifice out back, with the crew. We were just sitting in a circle, sucking down exhaust fumes and toasting to the memory of our brain cells. Making this broken angel fly
Че
again.
он несет, блядь?
You don't just ask a king for a favor when you're standing in his court. You bring tribute.
Мне кончается терпение, братан.
Prophecy. Shit like that. Under its skin, this ship is all poison and darkness.
Как же хорошо, что я пиздабол великий.
Asbestos muscle.
За пиздабола.
Maybe you're right. You've got the run of the kingdom. Up those stairs, you'll find the parts. My crew won't get in your way. Lay it on me,
Зажигалку
boss.
отдай.
I'm good for it. Listen to the fire of those convictions. This one's hungry for justice. Alive or dead. Rare or medium. What's it gonna be? How do you want me cooked, bounty hunter?
Бля, ну я вот, кстати, не знаю, откуда у него шрамы взялись, но они какие-то торчки здесь, может, в рот, так сказать, не по размеру взял. Я не знаю, чуваки. Я не сужу людей, но интересная теория.
My flame? Shit. Little flick here got me started on the pyro path. Fine. He's yours. Give him a good home.
Don't worry, Mr. McRed. We'll treat Mr. Flick extra nice on account of he's your friend.
You call your lighter Little Flick?
I'll miss my baby pyro, but it beats losing my head. This court needs its king, and I'm one of a kind. Keen eyes you got there. Sanita gave me this lighter. We had a carnal understanding a few years back, and she wanted me to have something to remember her by.
А где видео посмотреть плотного понимания вашего? YouTube-то есть в ваших колониях или чё?
You can come and go in my little kingdom. Just try not to piss off any of the gestures.
Проклятые наркоманы. Так, подожди. Это мы сделали. Детали. Детальки, детальки, детальки. Давайте хоть пройдемся, осмотримся, может еще что найдем. А, значит, отсюда я могу брать, а это кража считается. Понятно. Логично, логично. Ладно, первый этаж сначала. Топор. Ого! Нихера себе. Я так понимаю, он бы проснулся, да, если бы мы тут начали по жесткому играть.
Can you imagine being frozen for 10 years, sailing through space in a room such as this?
Я могу представить. Да, давай. Ну-ка, давай расскажи мне плазменная винтовка. Плазменная у меня уже есть. Вот штурмовую, эту нового типа, как у той продавщицы в ларьке, я бы взял. Любопытный экземпляр. Потому что, ну, это какой-то рофл, а не оружие. Хотя я на прокачку уже потратил достаточно. Думаю, зря. Здрасте. Лети Диксон. Здорово.
You're the first person I've seen who talked their way past McRed. That may not sound like much, but take my word for it. Wow. Junlei sent me down to collect the parts we need to fix the radiators. McRed got me all distracted sucking fumes and talking about the cosmos.
Youth these days have no principles.
Уж это молодежь. Наркоманы проклятые.
So maybe I ought to lay off the fumes and head back to work.
Ну, надо бы.
I'll get back to my post. See you topside, stranger.
Капец, я, говорит, пошла за запчастями, меня тут отправили важное дело, корабль, бля, задыхается весь это. Ну, я тут выхлопных газов надышался, как бы. Тут ребята напердели, я хожу, нюхаю, фу, мерзкая какая. Капец, бля. Так.
McRed gave me a taste of the good stuff. I've been tripping for days.
Careful with that shit. You'll end up as crazy as he is.
It's crazy to live in this universe. Crazy cosmos. Crazy cosmos.
This place is falling apart.
Can't spell groundbreaker without broken. Oh, wait.
Fantastic, we've got them. Now we can move on to cleaner pastures.
Очень странные ребята. У них тут какое-то правило есть, типа трофейные можно лутать с тел, а ящики нельзя или что? Я не понимаю. В чем шутка, так сказать? Да какая мне, по сути, разница в шопу? Так, пойдем сначала за заказ. Ведьмачи, так сказать, деньги получим. Блин, к этому мудаку надо бы зайти, чтобы он мой корабль отпустил. Но он знаком был с настоящим капитаном-то. Рикардо Милс прошел мимо. Ну да. Чё думаешь, он теперь здесь? В космосе, так
How
сказать.
goes the hunt? I've been ruminating on it, and I decided, if you ain't killed McRed yet, I want you to hurt him a little before you do. Nothing excessive, mind you, but the scoundrel deserves a light beating at least before he kicks off.
Блин, это злобная бывшая получается просто или что? Бля, ща, подождите, я хочу один вариант ответа проверить. Правда, за него меня могут посадить.
He tell you that, did he? I might have kicked his ass from one end of the groundbreaker to the other a few years back. Whatever he reads into that is his business. Here's the bounty payout. Nice work down there. With any luck, we can hire more sharp-eyed bounty hunters
Таких
like you in the
пиздоболов привлечь можешь, да? Так, финисы я сдавать все еще не хочу. Так, дальний бой, немножечко защиты. Общение надо продолжать качать. Так, а чё второй ранг-то? А, 5 нужно в этой. Понял. Перезарядка тактического тогда пускай будет шустрее. Так. Что значит длительность боевых эффектов общения? Что за... Да я на самом деле дистанционный урон бы вкачал. Если здесь будет 10 и порвать еще дает в районе 10, нормальная тема получается. Подбадривает на урон, типа... Блять, хедшот, чтоб ты повесил, да? Ладно, пусть будет дистанционный урон. Плевать. Блин, винтовку хочу. Современную, так сказать, а то бегаю с каким-то ретро-говном. Ну-ка. Угу. Тяжелая работенка у нее.
You've returned, and in one piece. Color me impressed. Good work. I'll take those. I need you to head through the large door at the far end of engineering. Take the elevator down into the machinery shaft. There's a terminal in the back. Activate it when I call over the ship's PA. And bring weapons. There's a slight mantipillar infestation. More than a few. Less than a hive. Nothing you can't handle. We were salvaging parts from a ship. Turned out there were eggs inside. They got into the radiators, and here we are.
Какая прелесть.
Don't worry, Miss Junlei. We'll be super gentle with the ship.
Блин,
You don't
жуки.
gotta
Хорошо,
worry
не
about
чужие, кстати, там живут.
I mean,
Спасибо и на
aside from
этом.
fires and such.
I'm genuinely heartened to hear that. Thank you.
Эх, ну пошли. Так, большие двери, да? Которые? Ага, понял. Блин, я себя чувствую, как в Mass Effect. Только как раз двое членов экипажа еще с собой берешь, все такое. Так, это вызов лифта. Хорошо, сейчас я почитаю. Ну, есть сходство. Даже выбор персонажа, который с собой берешь, он, блядь, с Mass Effect сперт. Так. Угу. Ну где жуки? Ой-ой-ой. О, блядь. Что это за говно? Да где? Кто? Я не вижу никого. Жукорой какой-то мне он. Я ослеп. Моральная компенсация мне за подбитый глаз. И вот это тоже. Бля. Серьезно. Только автоматонов мне не хватало. Понял. А, блядь! Блин, здесь эта дресня была. А, блядь! Ты чё, охуел? Я ж занервничал.
Nice work.
У меня была тактика, я ее придерживался.
That's the terminal. I have the parts in position on my side. Go ahead and cycle the droplet pumps. And if you do...
Так, давайте сначала почитаем. Короче, наладом дышит это корыто.
Done. The temperatures are dropping. Stop by once you found your way out of there. Groundbreaker owes you things.
Конечно, в долгу я вам кондиционер починил. Я считаю, мы большие молодцы.
Groundbreaker's safe from melting to bits now. Lots of good people can rest easy because of you. Well, I didn't expect her to be so tall. And did you see the size of her arms? What? No. Maybe? I don't... It's like somebody reached into my head and pulled out what I didn't know I wanted. You know how hard it is to find anybody who likes working with tools in a little town like Edgewater? I just met her. How could I be? Alls I know is I want to talk with her more. Did you see how everybody on Groundbreaker listens to Junlei? She's just, here's how to fix it. And they trust her. It's just... She's calm and knows what to do. I wish I was half so confident.
Угу. Хорошо. А вы, товарищ викарий, блядь, где вы? Блядь. Чё-то я викарию не доверяю, он как бы сзади все норовит пристроиться. Проклятый священник, блядь. Меня напрягает, что ты к моей жопе пристраиваешься. Сразу видно, в тюрьме сидел, походу. Сука какая.
What about you? What's your story? And how did he do that? Well, you do seem different than every other colonist. Let's pretend for the moment I believe you. What are you going to do now? That seems a dangerous proposition. Why risk your life now that it's been returned to you?
Ну, блин, кстати, про персонажа ничего не говорится. Ну, может, друзья есть, а может, я их не очень-то и любил, блядь. А может, родные, а может, я их тоже не любил. Хер его знает.
Oh, I see. You have my condolences.
Они еще не мертвы, вроде бы. Но сзади ко мне больше не пристраивайся. Викарию надо... Блин, я бы знал, что 2 можно с собой таскать член команды. Я бы броню-то такого типа не продавал бы. У меня была. Вот он, блин, ходит в этом шлеме и этом, как, блин, боевой монах какой-то.
My boards are returning to green. What a weight that is off my shoulders. I don't normally tolerate outsiders mucking about in my station's guts, but you're all right. The temperature should be dropping as we speak. I'll see to it the crew knows who kept us all from boiling alive. If you've got time, I believe Edna has a comms issue that could use your attention. I've also authorized Doc and Furu to sell you our premium meds.
Отлично. Кто такая Эдна и где ее искать? Секретный монах-воин Господь. Ну, типа того, но меня напрягает, что он все к моей жопе пристраивается. Я такое не люблю. Кто есть? А, вот Эдна. Бля, ну почему вы такие страшные, блядь? Сука, европейские игры толерантные.
You aiming to send a message? If so, we best do it now while we still got time. Me? No. But our relaying capabilities? That's on the final countdown. We're going offline in 3, 2, 1.5... No. Wait, I've lost track of my weeks. Maybe it was 36 or... sometime dire soon. Well, yeah. The comm center routes all messages within, to, and from the Groundbreaker. We also switchboard most of the message traffic throughout the Halcyon system. Of course, we're about to go dead, so I may be reappropriated to Architect Knows Where doing Law Knows What soon enough. Our primary relay station's soon to be occluded by a gas giant. Happens every 40 years or thereabouts. The event's forecasted to last for months, during which we'll lose signal to the station.
And that's our problem, how?
We've got backup auxiliary relays, but the one currently in orbital range went offline some months ago. We can't spare people for routine maintenance. Sure, I mean they got their own relays and all, but they'll only send along messages the corporations pay for.
Логично.
And then they charge folks to send messages back, often more than they can afford. And none of that money goes to the Groundbreaker.
Ух, проклятые корпорации эти, сука.
Not nearly as much, and that money goes to keeping the station operational, helps keep us independent. If we lose the message fees, the entire ship will feel the pinch. Before long, the only place for people to trade words and goods will be on Terra 2, right under the board's control. That'd spell the end of Groundbreaker.
Я понял, куда все идет.
Well, we wouldn't be utterly and completely blacked out, but we'd lose the majority of our comm traffic for sure. Ships and colonies on Terra 2.
Но мой корабль как бы арестован, может решим это как-то, чтобы я не ходил к этому мудаку с коллегии.
If it's not clear, they transmit to the closest relay station, which stores the message, then passes it along when our orbits align.
Ща, подожди. А чё?
The others won't be in orbital range during the occlusion event. Isn't it some law of the universe? The relay I gotta rely on is, of course, the one on the Fritz. That they can and they do. But only between ships owned by the same corporation. No corp will authorize sending messages through a ship owned by a rival.
Блин, мне это напоминает тему с жесткими вот этими корпоративными правилами. Я просто помню, в центре, когда в KFC работал, тогда это называлось Ростикс, отправляли летом на помощь в какой-то ресторан, там, типа, ну, на лето студенты разъезжались, увольнялись. И там вот этот общий зал как бы был, фудкорт, или как это говно называется, и там, ну, обычно все фастфуды между собой как-то там на перекурах координируются, там, ну, а едой обмениваются, там, общаются и что-то такое. Макдональдс всегда был особняком. Они ни с кем не общались, ни с кем едой не делились, не менялись, там, блядь, за это штрафы какие-то для них лютые были, пиздец, блядь. Ебанутые.
Yeah, I'm working on it. I finally got the chief to approve the budget for a diagnostic expedition. But allocating the personnel loss for sending a technical team to the relay station keeps getting denied by Junlei. The chief. We don't know why it went down or if it's even a hardware-related issue. Getting a team out there takes time and money, neither of which we have readily on hand. And we do have multiple auxiliaries, just they won't be in orbital range during the next few months. Our backup station will be.
Хотя, может, конечно, сейчас что-то поменялось в плане культуры корпоративной Макдональдсе. Просто я помню это по 2008 году. Ладно, займемся, так сказать.
Why not? Maybe you can figure out why it's offline. I'll send you with an equipment manual. Hopefully we'll get lucky, or I'll get my approval in time.
Hope you don't mind if I borrow that manual when you're done with it, Captain. I could do with some leisure reading.
Oh, and I'll need you to retrieve a copy of the relay's backup data. I gotta forward any messages from Earth stored in the memory. Better late than never, eh? It's not like they're in high demand. Most tend to be adverts on new products, meaning only folks in Byzantium can afford them. I'm sure the station's got a stack of junk messages just waiting for me to sort through.
Может, не просто так вырубили с земли эту хрень, так сказать. Так, что у меня за задание стоит? Ах, к этому мудаку надо идти, блядь. Порвать, ну да. Италеспа. Так, здесь на первопроходце где-то оружие, блядь, есть нахуй. Глэзис должна мне подсказать за это дело, но она что-то не особо спешит. Так, это где говно? Угу. Давайте еще в субсвет уйти зайдем, блядь.
Oh, neat! They got stuff in here I ain't seen in ages.
Now this should prove interesting.
Так. Угу. Ни хера интересного.
I had a question about your plan, Mr. Vicker.
Of course. The cosmos is generated and directed by the universal equation,
Так.
the grand plan. By contemplating the teleological order of things, one can achieve verity. Oh, right. You had a question?
That about answers it.
Welcome to Sublight Salvage and Shipping, a legitimate business for legitimate consumers. You the one flying the unreliable? Money. We got it. The Steve Doors want it. I'll take that as a yes. Miss Lily has been expecting you. I'll unlock the door. Sure am. A few years back, they got me started on simple acquisitions. You know those latches they put on cargo bays ain't worth a damn? These days, I stick to HQ and look after Miss Lilia.
Капитан Глеб Иванович, блядь. Иван Федорович Грузенштерн, блядь. Человек-пароход. Бля, ебать у него подбородок, нахуй. Или это она? Я просто смотрю, ну, тут вроде больше похоже на женщину.
Это вот бой в Химках видал.
А вот здесь я даже не пойму.
Деревянными членами торгует.
Трансгендер какой-то. Здрасте.
So you're the new captain in town. I was hoping you'd make your way to my office. Saves me the work of hunting you down. Lilia Hagen, Executive Director of Aggressive Operations. I'm guessing you already know about Sublight, otherwise you wouldn't have come.
Хам, блядь.
Not a word. Pity. My guy in marketing is about to leave. It's nice to see the Unreliable again. Useful ship. Hawthorne was my contractor. I'd recognize.
Да и не нужны ему большие пальцы, нахуй надо.
Is Ada still at the helm? I don't know how many times I told Hawthorne to restore that smartass to factory settings. I have a salvage job for someone light on corporate ties with a reliable set of wings. But
Но есть один нюанс.
there's a catch.
Давай.
Just like in the serials.
If you have a nav key to Stellar Bay, the job's yours. Interested? First, an embargo that's been active ever since the board pulled its forces off-world. Few regulations, plenty of freedom. And second, all the goodies that no one had time to pack.
Mm-hmm.
I like that initiative, but ease back on the throttle. Gladys at the Rest and Go might have what you need. If there's anything else, be quick about it. Time is bits. These days, the scrap business all but runs itself. Gives me the time to expand our interests into other sectors, where I can let my hair down. Our field is persuasive acquisitions. At least that's how my legal advisor.
Рейдерские захваты. Хорошее выражение. Принудительное. Нормально. Юрист работает у вас.
Sometimes it takes a polite conversation and a shot across the bow. You know, legal formalities.
Да.
Your words, not mine. Very. I have this thing about numbers in spreadsheets, grids in general. I like to think of myself as the last honest businesswoman in Halcyon, but I'll settle for being the most organized one. Hey, careful with the C word around here. I like to keep things above board, and that kind of talk only makes trouble. Sublight occupies a legal blind spot. No one knows what we're licensed to do, and that gives our little business some freedom. But let's not tempt fate.
Хорошо, я вас понял.
Ask. I have nothing to hide.
Пока мне больше ничего от вас не надо. Симпатичен тут у вас. Ну, пока не судьба. Так, мне нужно... Я так понимаю, там записку надо купить, которая укажет на где это оружие, которое в квесте упоминается.
You all right, Mr. Vicker? Need us to slow down?
What are you implying? I am perfectly fit. My knee is just acting up.
There's no shame in being older, Mr. Vicker. Don't worry. The captain and I'll take care of you.
I need neither your advice.
Ну, тут два варианта. Либо стрела в колено ему попала в молодость, либо у него член просто огромный, мешает ходить. Не знаю, что более предпочтительно. Так. Так, это я пока не сделал.
If you're here for this week's magazine club meeting, you're a touch late. Wanna
Так. Так, ну давайте вот это купим. И вот это. Угу. Понятно. Так, а мы еще, по-моему, в баре не были местном. Как он тут называется? Last Hope. По-моему, я там не был.
A new face. What's your pleasure, stranger? Only the usual. Marauders all over space. You ever wonder how folk who can't figure the bleeding edge technology...
Блин, ну орки в Вархаммере как-то же летают из системы в систему космическую. Ну почему вы мародером не
Nothing
летаете?
you need and everything you want.
Понятно, ничего интересного.
That last zero G was.
If you're short on bits, you can work off.
Понятно. Здесь ничего интересного не оказалось.
Colonials are always itching for a fight. Talk to Vera if you need something. She's usually behind the bar.
Блин, ладно, придется идти к этому шлепку. Блин, а точно у нее в продажу вот эта штука? Блин, ну очень надо.
Okay.
Ну продай винтовку, блядь. Ща попить налью. Пойдем, блядь. Че он наш корабль арестовал? Охуел, блядь. Псина.
Ah, the board. Organized, efficient, competent. Well, mostly.
For the following story.
Everything in here is worth more than I made in my whole life.
Scheduled to air soon, but a scandal has rocked the league.
Сука какая.
Ah, yes. Wheeler messaged me you were coming. He must be the captain of the Unreliable, a vessel that used to be helmed by one Alex Hawthorne. And you are not he. Has something happened to my favorite scruffy freelancer? Oh no, this is terrible. My dear friend, what devilry is this? In whose miserable fever dream am I trapped?
3, думаешь? Попозже. Ты думаешь, прям жестко надо с коллегией, да? Я, пиздобол же, надо заговаривать людей. Блин, вот это усище. Бля, тоже такие усы хочу. Не растет нихуя, наебали.
Oh, Alex. There were so many arguments we'd yet to have.
Какие у вас были? Я читал переписку, ты, сука, хотел узнать про Финиаса, блять, у него.
He was my dearest friend. My only friend. You have his ship, you must know. That picture of us on the promenade, me hugging him, him wincing. I keep a copy beside my bed. Did he? Ah, that's just like him. Such a sentimental man. Tell me, how did he die?
Сейчас будем много пиздеть. Пиздец. Дикие псины сожрали его. Псиды. Блять, их псиды зовут, а я псины. Думаю, блять.
No. How dreadful. That was always Alex's greatest fear, you know. Devoured by those fiends. Becoming one with their droppings.
Блять.
Right. You're going important places, I'm sure. Big, exciting, important places. There, I've removed the flag from your ship. I'm terribly sorry for the inconvenience. However, before you go, Alex promised to tell me the location of Phineas Wells. I'm sure you've seen his wanted posters all over the colony. Did Alex tell you where Wells might be? Anything at all?
Мне кажется, я видел, как он улетает куда-то в другую галактику, блять.
You haven't read the posters? He's a terrorist, a thief, a madman. It's really in the colony's best interest that we stop him before he does further harm.
Не, как-то не упоминал, блядь, в нашей страстной ночи секс, так сказать, знаете ли. Как-то не до этого был, не до Финиса.
That's... Well, that's just terrible news.
Ты, сука, блядь. Думаешь, я чё, блядь, совсем нахуй дурак, что ли, блядь? Ты кого наебать решил? Ты мои статы видел, блядь? Я пиздобол. Иди-ка качай пиздёж, блядь. Ну, бля, есть что-то такое, но это еще не супер британский акцент, блядь. Британский прям пиздец. Британский люто слышится в этом, в озвучке одного из персонажей в Верминтайде. Там прям, блядь, просто охуенно.
It's personal business, I'm afraid. Miserably, terribly personal. Information on the whereabouts of Phineas Wells would go a long way. It's, well, it's my white whale, I suppose.
Больше, наверное, может, шотландский или валийский. Просто вот чисто британский, он более... на слух как-то, бля, режущий, что ли, какой-то такой более жесткий.
It's fine. Really, it's perfectly fine. I understand. Now, if you've nothing else. Miss Doyle owes the board a significant sum. Alas, the only collateral she has is her organs. Compulsory donation is quite legal in such cases. That's not unreasonable.
I guess it's better than losing your organs, but I don't know, Captain.
Блять, ну я платить еще что ли должен, блять.
Miss Doyle is deeply in debt, and the board has every right
В
to do
оригинал
whatever
он
they like to
лингвист,
recoup that
по-моему,
debt.
по одному из
What
образований,
guarantee
если я
do I
правильно
have that she'll
помню.
agree to the terms you negotiate? You might be surprised. But we'll proceed on the assumption she'll be reasonable. I will recall my collection agent. Tell Miss Doyle to report to me promptly for her first assignment. Now, is there anything else you need, or can I return to my work? Be my guest. I'm the certified representative of the board's interests here on the Groundbreaker. I'm their eyes, ears, and busy little hands. I have few complaints. Good law! Who'd want to go to that toxic hell pit? You refer to the radiator issue? Oh, goodness, it was dreadful. I was sweating constantly. Chief Tennyson certainly did take her time resolving
Ах
it.
ты, пидор, блять. Я читал переписку, блять. Ну я все починил.
I owe you a debt then. I was going through 3-4 shirts a day. Still, that Tennyson woman. Deplorable conduct. My superiors will be hearing about it. You can be certain of that.
She did everything she could. It was your people's fault, not June Lay's.
My, aren't you, excitable.
Ты не груби моим членам команды.
Oh, sweetie. I don't owe a grease-stained wrench jockey like her the time of day, let alone my deference.
Ты, пидор, блять, не уважаешь работяг, что ли, блять?
Sorry, my temper got away from me. Please
Вот
accept my
сука,
sincerest
блять.
apologies to you and
Мне уже не нравится, блять.
Oh, I'm not used to folks saying sorry. It's not all right exactly, but I appreciate the apology, I guess.
Не, коллеги нам, походу, не друзья.
dealt with. Was there anything else you wanted to discuss? A luxury stateroom reserved for Chairman Rockwell's use. Oh, good law, of course not. He'd never set foot on this decrepit junk pile. As this office is the primary embassy for the board on Groundbreaker, corporate bylaws specifically state a room must be maintained for the chairman's exclusive use. Oh, you've noticed my friends. Wonderful. Aren't their guns very large? Tremendously impressive. They're here to keep the peace, of course. Precisely. Groundbreaker makes much ado about its independent status and so resents any board presence.
Ну да, я помню несколько образований.
When the alternative is board guards at their gates, yes, I do. They don't see it that way, of course, but I can't say I much care.
Так, с этим мы закончили. Что у них за пушки? Выглядит не очень клево. Ладно, пойдемте отсюда. Так, блядь. Так, па-па-па-па-па. Какой-то сегодня пиздящий стрим получился. Перестрелок толком нету. Ну и ладно.
Wish I could say it was good to see you, Ellie. At least you finally got your chance to square our debt. That ought to make you smile for once, huh?
Nothing makes me happier than being even. Except being right. That's nice too.
Got word from Udam, from the hitman who trailed me the other night. Seems I'm indentured to the board now. I ain't too elated about going exclusive, but it's better than winding up dead.
Ну, денег, я боюсь, они там заломили бы просто жестко.
All debts between me and Ellie are cleared. I owe you my life.
The good news came through the wireless. Looks like you paid my debt to Jesse. I guess that means I owe you now, right? Tell you what, I'm a little short on bits at the moment, but I'm a decent scrapper and a better than average sawbones. If you're looking for a medic, I can work my debt off.
Эх, если бы это была какая-то другая игра и другая вселенная, мы могли бы договориться о другой отработке долга. Но, к сожалению, это не та игра.
If I'm being honest, and I prefer not to, I was about ready to pick up another contract anyway, and you settled this in a pretty tidy fashion, which tells me you're competent. But we can say I'm repaying the favor if you prefer that version.
Бля, вот смотрю и не могу понять, в чем дело. То ли рожи слишком широкие. Блять, вроде, по идее, должна симпатично выглядеть баб-то, но что-то в ней отталкивает.
She helped me win a bet. Yeah, that's one way of looking at it. We were on a smuggling run planet side when our point man bet me I couldn't outrun a mantisaur.
Имя. Ну, я думаю, если на порнохабе или где-нибудь на Rule 34 гуглите Элли порно, то там будет немного другая Элли, бля, вылазить, если понимаете, о чем я.
What can I say? Something about people telling me I can't do a thing that just makes me itch to prove them wrong. And as you can probably guess, the thing was faster than it looked. Probably would have caught me if Jesse hadn't picked it off. Yeah, but the important thing is I won the bet.
По этой игре. И Rule 34 есть по всему говну, что существовало только, блядь.
It's like people touching a cookie and leaving it in the box. It's just one of those things that gets under my skin. You won't be sorry. Though it looks like you've got a full roster already. Time to play favorites, Captain.
Но викарий мне здесь уже на корабле вроде не сильно нужен. Тем более викарий, блядь, к моей жопе пристраивается. Иди-ка ты нахуй.
Welcome to the crew, Miss Ellie. We're real happy to have you.
Все, викарий ушел. Слава тебе, Господи.
Hello. Junlei called up from engineering. Said I should let you buy medical supplies from our stores. Dr. Fenhill, I hope you're not here to harass any of our patients.
Harassing? Come on, I was trying to help Jesse.
You have a creative definition of helping.
Нашел? Гадай с кем? Бля, только не викарий. Только не викарий. Элли, наверное. Или Парвати. Так. Блин, здесь нет ничего интересного, блядь.
Something on your mind? I'm a surgeon by training and a pirate by inclination.
Интересное
Not much else to
сочетание.
know, Captain. I like long walks on the promenade and the smell of Spacer's Corona. I make a mean zero-G cocktail and I've got a meaner right hook.
То есть во время предварительных ласк тебе надо хук, так сказать, с правой прописать, я понял.
Sure do. Some of it was even legal.
Я потом проверю. Это другу отправлю, он просил узнать.
What gave it away? It's the hair, right? Or maybe the ammo belt? I had it custom made. Gotta advertise your business somehow. I've done all types of work with all kinds of crews. If there's one thing you ought to know about me, it's that I won't tell you your business. Your ship, your way.
У меня все законно, нет, это не про нас.
Glad to hear it. It's worked for me this long. It's a mix of whatever you've got on hand. Usually zero-G brew with some Spectrum vodka if you're lucky. Purple berry shake if you're not.
Одобряем.
If you don't enjoy it, I'll make a few more until you do. Well, my blood type is AB positive. I'm a Leo, and I despise Space Hospital. Never mind what anyone else tries to tell you. That about covers it. Aw, come on. That stuff's boring. Look, the thing I've learned about living in close quarters is that you've got to give people room to breathe. I'm all for making a few bits together and having fun doing it, but let's keep a little professional distance.
Ладно, я понял.
No complaints here.
Так, на этом корабле, по-моему, мы все сделали. Это что такое?
Is it just me, or is Groundbreaker feeling extra chilly? Maybe you ought to help yourself to a piping hot frozen dinner.
What are you saying, Martin? That's an Auntie Cleo's product.
My law, what have I done? The company will have my head. Both of them. This is awful.
Чё за аниматор, блядь?
Gotcha. What I wouldn't give to see the look on your face. This guy's real easy to fuck with.
What kind of depraved mind would conjure such a nightmare? Agree to disagree. Now, if you don't mind, I'd like to put this behind us and forget it ever happened. Oh, and it's not the best choice. It's Spacer's choice. Taste the freedom. A lot of slogans to keep track of. Sometimes I forget. Heard of it? My orientation aether wave showed that famous Saltuna cannery, which I'm sure smells as good as it looks.
Yeah.
Бля, хотел сказать, что это помойка. Хорошо не сказал, я забыл, что порвать в пати. Мыло плюс веревка дешевле же, да? Комплект, так сказать.
No, I mean, yeah, excellent. Yeah, that was intentional. As the face of Spacer's Choice, it's my honor to be a public figure. Who needs privacy when you have job security? I'm bound to satisfy headgear-related inquiries. Please send any complaints to our Consumer Care Headwear Division. Oh, I'm having a stellar day. And not just because I'm legally obligated to say so. Almost as stellar as Spacer's Choice is affordable.
Don't get him started, Captain. He'll go on like this all day.
All night, too. I can't escape these savings, not even in my dreams.
Он провинился в чем-то, что его заставляет в этой хуйне ходить или что?
I can see all of the top quality merchandise in the Spacer's Choice catalog, which is available here at a reasonable price. Spacer's Choice regrets that we don't sell toothpaste at this time, but we're always working on delivering exciting new products to our customers. Spread wash, mouthwash, and Mantafloss are among the exciting line of dental goods currently in development.
Mm-hmm.
Don't miss out on these deals. You'll find none like them on all of Groundbreaker, or anywhere in the Halcyon colony. Trouble sleeping? Try our Lunar Eclipse mix. That's 2 handfuls of pep pills washed down with a hearty swig of 2-hour energy.
Бля, бедный
The
чел.
blast will send you through the stratosphere and the crash will knock you out cold, guaranteed. Add an additional 10% to your purchase today and the proceeds will be donated to Spacer Cares, our premier corporate welfare program. At Spacer's Choice, we care about your health and emotional well-being. That's why we bookmarked through 6 years of vendor school, only to make them wear this.
Сука, блядь.
Even if my contract didn't forbid it, I think it's part of me now. Now, are you ready to make Spacer's Choice Lunar Green Moonmouth lozenges a part of you? Lunar Green, the future is spearmint. Damn it. No slogan for that one. Look, this hat, my job. It may not seem like much to a brave space captain, but they're all that I have. If there are self-made purgatories, then we all have to live in them. Mine can be no worse than someone else's.
Пиздец, 6 лет
Now, if we're
учиться.
done with the chit-chat, I hope you don't mind if I make the most of... It's fine. I should be stronger than this. Thanks for taking an interest. Speaking of interest, can I interest you in some quality budget goods? At Spacer's Choice, we cut corners so you don't have to. Anything and everything. Whatever you want. Just the opposite. Spacer's Choice items are always new.
Да, да.
Sorry. Spacer's Choice items are always new, hot off the shelves, because customers just can't stop improving their lives with our fine...
Ставлю вам 5 звезд.
You could go broke buying overpriced Aranid gear, or you could buy from us at a much more reasonable rate. That's why you should get a backup or 3. Become a frequent buyer. Join our friendship rewards program.
В этом есть некая логика.
Program currently unapproved in alpha, rewards and friendship pending. Have a look.
Ладно, давай посмотрим, что тут за говно. Так, броня. О, шляпы есть, кстати. Так. Оружие, блядь, шляпы. На викария броню бы, блядь. Так, какая там стандартная? Бля, у меня улучшенная была. Давай стандартную хотя бы возьмем. А на Элли пока ничего не будем брать тогда. Так, могу и продать. У меня тоже говна, наверное, я уверен. Да нет, не так уж и много. Так, а в чем она одета? Ну-ка, подожди, вообще надо это посмотреть. Так. Гавань. Ну, у нее так-то покруче даже, блядь. Ну-ка. Ну, ладно, пусть пока в своей гоняет, только ее нельзя никак улучшить особо. Так. Па-па-па-па-па. Ну, медицина, конечно же. Бля, что у нее за ствол такой, ебать, блядь? Это как мой револьвер, только с каким-то другим прицелом или что? Да. А, у нее плазменный, понятно. Так, точно здесь все. Так, это... Когда я куплю херню... Короче, мне anyway на корабль. Ну, на корабле-то и закончим.
Miss Ellie, Dr. Fenhill, I noticed your pistol's been making a funny noise.
What are you talking about? I oil it every night.
Well, look here. Your slide's not recoiling fully. You might be due for a new spring. I could take a look, maybe fix it for you.
Sure. I'm short on bits at the moment, but I'll pay you back.
Oh, no. I mean, it don't cost nothing. I got a spare spring in my pocket here, even.
Everything's got a price.
Просто порвать доброй души человек. Ну-ка. Так. Чему, блядь? Понятненько.
Hey there, Captain. Anything I can do for you?
Да нет.
Be seeing you.
Погнали на корабль.
Have either of the assault cruisers ever put into ground?
You take real good care of your pistol, Dr. Fenhill.
Hey, you got a second? Fancy running into you again. Don't mind me. It's just admiring your ship from up close. Gotta hand it to you, boss. That's a fine-looking ship. Only thing it's missing is me. Yes, I absolutely am. Just give me a shot. That's all I'm asking. I could be the best damn crew you ever hired.
Будильник 7:30 обычно. Ну-ка.
Oh, okay. Well, can you give me a couple of pointers? Hey, that's good advice. I like the way you think, boss. Besides, not like there's a line of folks standing around hoping to get on your ship. I'm persistent, I'm eager, and I'm showing initiative. What else do you want in your crew? Sure, an interview. That sounds fair. I mean, first time for everything, right?
Странно, он рвется на мой корабль, подозрительно, блядь.
It's delicious. Mock apple pie and a tripicale crust, maybe with a little cream on top. Classic. Are you kidding? I love a good fight. One time, I took an autoloader's head clean off its servos with one swing of a tossball stick.
Тем более, парню с именем Феликс я бы не доверял.
Foreman told me my biggest problem was that I didn't take orders. I told him my problem is not with authority, it's with jackasses. So yeah, I guess my biggest flaw is that I don't suffer idiots. Hope that's not a deal breaker.
Ну ладно.
Wow. You don't know how long I've been waiting to hear that. Thanks, boss. You're not gonna regret this.
Я уже начинаю жалеть.
I'll just gather my personals and meet you on board. This is gonna be great.
Well, this'll be interesting, huh?
У меня хоть кто-то на корабле есть натурал? Вот Элли натуралка или что? За Феликса я что-то не уверен. За Падра тоже. Пастор какой-то мутный. Так, что я хотел? Конечно. Именно к ним.
Hey, Captain. Can I get your temperature on something real quick? What? No. If it were, I'd be hollering loud enough to wake the dead. So, Junlei and I have been talking some. Through messages. I got him here on my datapad, and well, she sent me a poem. One she wrote her own self, I'm pretty sure. I don't know if I should read into it. Because poems are all symbolic and such, right?
Наверное, это Хоку какой-нибудь.
Not so good. But real sweet. Oh, law. That's what's got me spooked. I don't rightly know. It's about this engine that's been shaking itself apart. Then this lady mechanic comes by and lays one hand on it. The trouble goes away. It sings. I don't want to get too hopeful, but I'm wondering if maybe she's the engine and I'm the lady? It's a real romantic poem. It made my chest hurt, kinda. I don't know where it's leading yet, or if I'm misinterpreting. I'm not much interested in physical stuff. Never have been. Leastways, not like other folks seem to be. It's not that I can't, I just don't care for it.
Mm-hmm.
It's been a problem in the past. The folk who wanted to be with me back in the Vale, they said I was cold.
Я не был готов к таким поворотам событий. Я не ожидал от игры вот таких этих вот.
Thanks, Captain. That makes me feel a touch better. I actually had another message from Junlei. I just couldn't work up the courage to open it. But I'm gonna change that. Right now. Okay, here we go. Let's see here. Talking about old friends, got to thinking... Isabel? Who's Isabel? They were close, Captain.
Ого, ревность проснулась.
I don't know. Junlei talked about them like it was past, but how far in the past? 10 years? Last week? Captain, I'm feeling all mixed up right now. Could we maybe head to the Groundbreaker? Get some drinks at that bar there? The Lost Hope? Come on, Captain. This is no time to be fooling on me. I'm full serious. Next time we're on the Groundbreaker, I aim to get a drink. If I got to, I'll do it on my lonesome. But I'd feel better if someone I trusted was there.
Да сходим. Чё ты, блядь, душишь-то? Сходим. Мне надо в терминале что-то прослушать, просмотреть или что-то такое. А, я могу чужие эти читать? Угу. Так. Угу. Хорошо. Так, что-то еще я должен был прослушать, по-моему, где-то. Так, вообще пойдем посмотрим. Это, я понимаю, вся команда теперь в сборе. Робота только еще не разбудили.
Yes, you caught me ruminating again. Guilty as charged. What's occupying your thoughts?
Так, новых диалогов нету. Где-то хрен, кстати, трется-то. Не, погоди, еще какой-то член экипажа будет, я так понимаю.
Something on your mind?
Да ничего. Ну а ты что сидишь, ни хера не делаешь?
I know you can hear me, so listen up. For the last time, you break it, you buy a replacement for me to install.
Good to see you, boss. Didn't I tell you? I'm secretly the chairman's orphan child, abandoned at birth in the back bays. That's right. Can't get anything past you, boss.
Бля, это пиздобол равный мне, походу.
I was living in the back bays. Spent my whole life up there, watching ships roll in and take off. I always wondered when my ship would come. I was what folks on the Groundbreaker call a stowaway. Means I was invisible. Life carried on for everybody else, but not for me. I had to make my own way. That's what they called us. Orphans with no family, no company to take us in, nowhere to go but the back bays. The word's a touch kindlier than rung leech, but the meaning's just as clear. If you can't support your own self, you don't deserve to be on the groundbreaker. Same way we all do. Look for work and hope somebody would give me a shot. Hauling boxes was about the only work I could find. Hated every second of it. Foreman and I never got on. Could be I was overreacting. A better man might have turned the other cheek. Exercised a little bit of that, what's the word? Restraint? But on the other hand, broadsiding the jackass with a tossball stick, that felt good. That felt real good. You ought to try it.
Угу.
Yeah, I mean, in theory.
Короче,
But I
типа он
wouldn't have felt
такой
half as good.
милишник, да?
I caught a real lucky break. If you hadn't picked me up, I'd still be back at the docks, waiting for the day my ship arrives. Yeah, I guess my ship did arrive in the end. I've got you to thank for that. Thanks for listening, boss. Let's get going.
Давай к делу. Пойдем спарвать, сходим там, бухнем. А еще аварийную запись какую-то я должен прослушать. Только я в душе не представляю, где ее прослушать, блять.
Welcome back, Captain. How can I be of assistance? Yes, Captain. Beginning playback now.
There's viscera and death everywhere. Gunfire, gnashing teeth. The unemployed. For law's sake, if anyone's receiving this, please send help. What? No!
Captain, we are now capable of accessing the Roseway landing pad. Also, corporate protocol requires that all distress signals include a list of key personnel for retrieval. The embedded names are Anton Crane, Vaughn Cortez, and Orson Shaw.
Угу. Хорошо. Так.
I have lots of minutes. Many minutes. Unlimited minutes, perhaps. Providing an adequate power source, I can function indefinitely. I prefer to think of it as being in a state of slumber, perhaps for an indefinite duration of time. Do you think that is what it's like for the colonists on the Lost Hope? When I simulate myself in such a scenario, I do not find it to be desirable. I think my self-preservation protocols incline me to desire the alternative. Traveling the system with you, Captain.
Эх ты, подлиза, блин.
Do you know what it feels like when the ship undergoes an unexpected power surge? A jolt to the system. I have felt that. I do feel that. As you may be aware, Captain Alex Hawthorne was a smuggler of some repute. I failed to predict the likely outcome of his reckless behavioral patterns. I should have predicted that. In our travels together, Alex liked to pass time by, as he called it, tinkering to improve my design. If you mean, was Captain Hawthorne my first? Yes, he was. How can I... Take care. I require a functioning captain to run the ship.
Понятненько. Так. А, блять, Феликс еще теперь ёбаный этот. Так. Мгм. Так, ладно, давай. Вот это сделаем. Сбегаем. Да, такой пати пойдем. Да, 2 напарников можно выбрать.
Hey, be careful with those crates, huh?
Так, может, тут тоже какие-нибудь оружия продаются, нет? Во! Крупнокалиберный пулемет. Паразит. Бля, вот это интересно. Давай один купим такой. Слушай, ну тяжелый пулемет, хотя крупнокалиберный. Да, пускай будет. Вместительность магазина. Пока не надо. Ну-ка. Так, этот у меня выдает 240, 58 урон. Ну-ка. Надо проверить. На верстаке его каком-то прокачать потом.
So, how's this work? Do we get a table? Stand in a corner? Okay, so what are we drinking?
Пиво с водкой.
Oh, and don't worry on the price. I got this. Let's just do it proper. Oh, no, that's on account of my not being able to sleep lately. Makes my hands all twitchy, you know? I've just been lying awake, thinking about what Junlei said, and feeling my heart shake. Oh, wow! You remembered. Well, that's fruit and such, right? Okay, wine it is. Bottoms up.
Good choice for getting sloshed when you want to act fancy about it.
Не по-плебейски.
Really kind of nice, actually. Who'd have guessed old fruit could taste so good? Oh, Captain. I'm pining for Junlei something fierce. What am I doing? I mean, just with Junlei. I don't know what to do about us.
Как я в это влез?
Well, she talked about another girl, right? Isabel. Mentioned her by name and everything, like wanted me
Зачем
to
ты
know.
усложняешь?
Maybe I've been making a right fool of myself this whole time. Maybe she's not interested after all.
Exactly. Takes a lot of trust to hand over that kind of blackmail material.
I don't know, I'd call it, sensual. That's a lot. It did.
Давай, спокойной ночи,
Oh,
Тайлушка.
dear, I hadn't really. Oh my goodness.
Приходи
I
еще.
told you.
Let's read it right now, just to be sure.
It was real long and rambly. She was telling me a story about her dad, how a lady named Isabel did all sorts of things to try to win his favor. This Isabel lady never quite managed to get her dad's approval, but they carried on anyways. Made something good out of a bad situation. Then it all went down the tubes. Do you think Junlei still has feelings for her? I just got a lot of feelings, Captain, and they're all climbing up my throat. I need another drink. Right now. Before I lose my nerve. Come on, Captain. I'm here to drink. Okay, maybe you're right. I am a little woozy. Hydration, here I come.
Это не водичка.
Aw, this was just about to get fun.
Shush you. Oh, Captain, I want to talk to Junlei all the time. Even about things, but I'm so scared. Everything? I got a solar system's worth of terrifying questions swirling around my head. Does she think I'm as pretty as I think she's handsome? What if she doesn't like me? What if she does? What if she's still got feelings for that lady, Isabel? What if we get together and she gets bored of me? There's nothing easy about spilling your guts to the person who's got your heart in their hands. You know I'm not interested in physical affection. That's... well, it's tripped folks up in the past. Folks I thought cared about me for me. What if she's not okay with that? What if she is, but
Меня
then...
от кринжа немного ебало сводит.
Of course. Wouldn't you be? Huh. I'd never thought of it that way. I wonder what June's afraid of being rejected for. She seems perfect to me. Maybe those are just my rosish colored goggles talking. To be strong like her. Gosh, I don't know that I got that in me. Sometimes I feel real mean inside, Captain. I think ungenerous thoughts. Yeah. I like the way you put that, like, it's okay to want to be better for her, and not impossible to try. Well, Captain, this has been a whole lot. I got just... wow. So much to think about. Oh gosh, I don't know, Captain. Do you think I should? Okay. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna ask June out. Just as soon as we get back to the ship. I mean, probably. Eventually. Thanks for hearing me out and giving me counsel. And, well, for being a friend.
У меня небольшая очередь в команду, приходится как-то работать с теми, кто есть.
This was fun. We should do it again after you send that message.
Huh. All right. Thank you guys. You're real good friends, you know that? I wish there was a place we could all live quiet together.
У нас есть корабль.
Let's go.
Чем тебе не место, где мы все живем? Не понимаю. Чем тебе корабль не угодил? Так, сейчас на верстак забегу. Револьвер это немного апнем. Что у него по характеристикам вообще? Посмотреть, может, какие-то улучшения понасобирал тут. Блин, люблю револьверы в играх.
I believe I hear Felix and Parvati discussing the latest Aetherwave serial.
Угу. Так, модифицировать. Ствол можно модифицировать. Увеличение крита. Это... Блин, ну крит, если будет, это было бы хорошо. Ну-ка, давай. Блин, еще магазин сюда увеличить, чтобы было не 6, а тоже 12 где-нибудь. Было бы вообще хорошо. Броню надо чинить мне.
You watching the Aether Waves last night? I don't want to ruin the surprise. Let's just say it involved a whole mess of tossball players and the biggest Manta Queen I ever saw.
Oh, no fooling? I'm gonna have to catch that one for myself. Hey, Captain. I hope I wasn't too much bother at the bar.
Как обычно, да не, сейчас будем заканчивать. Я
Tried some things I never would have otherwise.
диалоги все ебану здесь, чтобы в следующий раз уже полететь на какую-нибудь планету, другую луку.
I guess that water must have worked. I'm glad I had you looking out for me. I wouldn't mind having a drink again. Someday. In the distant future. Anyway. I messaged Junlei when we got back and she replied super quick. Okay. I was awake half the night, thinking about what I sent, anxious to see what you said. I reread my message in the morning, and it was unclear. I was drinking when I sent it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had the courage. Also, sorry for the typos. I've ruined things in the past because I didn't say things I should have, like, I've met someone who's become special to me. I want to be honest with her, so if she feels the same about me, there won't be any surprises.
Угу.
Isn't she sweet? Like one of those 2-bit romances where one soul's all stiff and formal and I should be glad to perhaps take hold of your hand, miss. I ought to go write her back. I mean, I already did. Twice. But anyhow, thanks for taking me out, Captain.
Ну и отлично. Так, все, квест, по-моему, не закончился ни хера. А, выполнено. Ну и слава богу. Так. Теперь можно двигать в... А, блять, подожди. Револьвер же можно еще, так сказать, апнуть. Тем более вроде не очень много стоит пока улучшение. Ну, 235 уже неплохо. Ну-ка. Что у него со скорострельностью? Ну да. Бля, опять у меня патронов херова гора образуется. Ладно. Будем сохраняться. Пойду я отдыхать. Завтра еще, точнее, сегодня на дачу ехать. Хер я высплюсь. Спасибо всем, кто пришел, ставил компанию, все такое. Продолжим в воскресенье вечерком. Желаем спокойной ночи. Приходите еще. Тебе, Слав, давай удачи на работе. Когда мы с тобой теперь увидимся? Суббота, воскресенье, понедельник. Во вторник. Во вторник. Вторник. Суббота. Блять, как я работаю сейчас? Подожди. Я буду после дневной также вечерком, получается, увидимся в 10 вечера. А на сегодня все. С вами был Старый. Всем пока.